Like you see the continent of Antarctica, it's south of it. It's not north. It's not over it. It's south. Like in the water. So
I think I know what he's getting at here. I think he's thinking that we think that Antarctica is an ice wall. We don't. We think that the beginning of Antarctica is about 200 feet high, give or take, and it's a cliff. If you're coming from the water, you could say, yes, that's a wall, but the entire continent is from the top of that wall outward. So, yes, on a flat Earth, you can go far south, way beyond the ice wall. That would be like landing in New York, and flying over New York and flying to California. You went beyond the New York wall. So the ice wall is just the shoreline of the outer world that we call Antarctica.
right, but you agree if you're flying from Santiago to Australia, you can if the where can you say that like can you say whether the continent of Antarctica is the wall or the wall is beyond Antarctica? Like, can you
Neither.
make
I'm
that clear?
saying that if you can fly from Santiago to Australia or vice versa, that you'd fly over the water, then you'd approach the shoreline of the continent of Antarctica, you'd fly over Antarctica beyond the shoreline ice wall, You'd fly over the South Pole, you'd continue to the far side of Antarctica, the continent, you'd go over the water beyond the shoreline, the ice wall, and then you'd make it to your other destination. It's never going to happen. But yes, that's what would happen. On a flat Earth, if you flew from Santiago, you would fly over the shoreline, the ice wall, and then you'd keep on flying. And we don't know what's out there because nobody is allowed to explore out there.
Okay, so let's say I'm flying from Santiago to Australia. So the only way I can see the shore of this wall is on my right, right? Is south on my right. Is that correct?
From coming from where?
Coming from Santiago going to Australia.
So if you're going from where are you heading? What direction are you heading?
Well, I'm flying from south to east.
So you're
From
flying.
west to
Hold
east.
on. You can't fly from south. You're
No,
flying from
from west to
Santiago.
east.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
from west to
You're
east.
so you're flying east. You're flying from
Yeah, I'm flying east.
Santiago, and you're going to go east to Australia. Sure,
Yeah.
but you're never going to see Australia. You're never going to see Antarctica or the ice wall because it's too far away. East and
But the
west are
flag.
circles around Antarctica. Each latitude of east and west is farther and farther equidistant away from the South Pole until you get to the equator, and then it gets closer to the North Pole on a globe. But on a flat Earth, they're just circles around Antarctica. So if you're at 60 degrees south, you're never going to see Antarctica. You're never going to see it.
Okay.
And you can go and you could dead reckon east or west, and you're going in a circle. Do you understand that?
Right. So, because I checked the flight path, right?
You check the animated computer flight path by the airlines. Go ahead, and NASA. Go ahead.
Right. So that flight path again is south of the continent, right?
The animation, the cartoon that they show you on the seat backs that we've proven
Yeah, but
isn't the route that they take. That one that you're talking about?
that's what people take, right? That's the
No,
flights
no,
people
no, no.
take.
That's the cartoon. Like when you watch the Flintstones on a flight, are you really in bedrock or are you just watching a cartoon?
But hold on. So when you take a flight and they showing you the path you're taking, like
They're not showing you the
you
path you're
believe that?
taking. They're showing you a cartoon. And it's not correct in the Deep South. We've proven that when Max Egan took his flight, they showed him going over Antarctica, but his compass readings showed a completely different trip. So what's lying, the cartoon or the compass?
Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Stop pretending.
Right. So you're saying they're saying the path is south, but it's somewhere else, right?
Correct.
Right.
But with that said, we have discovered documents, official documents that show in the outer south at like 40 or 45,000 feet, there's 350-mile-an-hour circular winds. So who's not to say that we don't have aircraft that can go south over Antarctica a little bit, hop in those tailwinds, and make it all the way around the world in a reasonable amount of time with a 350-mile-an-hour tailwind? Because to believe that a plane is going there and not getting in that tailwind is to believe that planes fly at 250 miles an hour. That's ridiculous.
Right. So you basically saying they're lying about the path of the plane.
Most of the time, if not all of the time, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you think there should be cruises in the south to those destinations?
I know about cruises in the south, but I don't know what location exactly.
From like them same destinations, you think they should have cruises? Or you think that is normal that there's no cruises from those destinations?
I don't know, because I mean it's different to fly over than going with a cruise, right? Like, because we know it's not everywhere is allowed to visit, right? So I don't know whether there's cruises in the south. I don't know that.
Oh, I got a question for
You should
Swallow.
look into it, bro. Go ahead, bro.
I want Swallow to leave, but I don't want to get too deep into this, so I'll wait.
Hold on, you said you want to say something to Swallow?
Yeah, because they have there's this world cruise going on right now, and they went through the Drake Passage a few weeks ago, and it was like everybody was like posting and like updating or whatever, and then when they hit that Drake Passage, it was crickets. Like they were all quiet. People were like, "Hello, like what happened to these thousands of people?" So yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about that with somebody who might have been in that region. Why the Drake Passage is such a detrimentous place to travel on water, and how that could possibly have some credence to what we're saying with, the things in place to why you can't go past a certain point.
I heard it like it's tumultuous when you're going through that, So like even with the ships, it's like it's hard to go through.
Right, the water's choppy, the weather's bad, visibility is horrible, like, but it's a whole like passage. Like, I don't think I know the technical, like, the reason why it's fucked up like that. Like, what's underneath it? What does the globe earth say? Or the weather? Like, what, like, you feel me? Like, is it where two oceans meet? Like, why is it so dangerous? I'm gonna look into it. I don't think Swallow even listening or knows, but yeah. Okay, we gotta get to a hand or something. Did you finish, Keon? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Yeah, so but yeah, the flight path is kind of weird because maybe it's wrong, but when I checked it out, like it basically says south of the continent, so that's kind of weird.
I did want to build on that, but yeah, there's a lot of hands up. Who was next, bro? Was it Ken and then Justin? Ken and then Holistic, then Justin. Was it? Oh, bad, y'all.
I don't know. I thought it was Justin, but us.
Justin, what up?
What's up, y'all? I just wanted to pop in real quick. I don't have a whole lot to add. I was trying to tune in last night, but then passed out. So here I am in the morning. I just got a little adventure planned next week. I can't really give out the details, but I just wanted to let y'all know to stay tuned. I'm going back to do something very similar to that ISS talk. And yeah, so y'all just stay tuned. It's going to be out hopefully next week. I basically just want to put it out there for safety reasons, you know. So if anything happens to me, y'all call NASA.
Nah, NASA did it. What?
Protect Justin at all costs.
Oh no, facts. We all need to make a YouTube Dirt. I hope you're listening. We all need to make
I
a
appreciate it.
place for it.
Hopefully, I'm hoping somebody in this chat may be able to join me. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. So I can't give away too much. I don't want anyone to try to thwart our efforts before it happens.
I
So.
know
But it
what
should be
Justin's going to
interesting.
do. So if anything happens to me, call NASA.
Oh, I can't wait. You know, Justin bring the legendary moments. 100 episode exclusive.
Justin.
What'd you say, Proud?
Yo, I also just want to real quick too. Shout out to my buddy who's in here as a listener, Adam Warlock, ATOM. Y'all go give this guy a follow. He was an epic voice for truth on Instagram and many other platforms. And I feel like he just cracked his Twitter back open like the other day. So if y'all see him down in here, give him a follow. This man's been a friend of mine for a long time. We've been fighting the good fight for years now together.
Shout out to Warlock.
Somebody tell him he needs a safe statement for like red flag situations. Like, don't tweet it, but he needs a statement that he's gonna tweet one day, and then we'll know like on the back end that is something wrong. You too, Dirth.
My secret statement would be, I love Will Duffy.
No, don't say that. Now they're gonna know. You're gonna have to change it.
Oh, damn it. Damn it. All right, I'll tell you something else later.
Yeah, write it down like a hard wallet or something. Oh, Ken. Good morning.
What up? What up? Good morning, everybody. I was listening to the you're talking about Antarctica and going south of the 60th parallel. Um, isn't the point to be able to go to Antarctica and explore? I mean, to go like, be able to go like a couple 300 miles in at least, just to see it. I mean, I- you can. I mean, technically, if you take their cruise or their flight, you go to the peninsula, but you know, I, that ain't where you want to go. You want to go to the continent. That's the highest continent on the earth, and where you're going is going those places are nothing. You're not going to Antarctica. You're going to it's like saying I went to America and you made it to the islands, right off the tip of Florida. You didn't get to see America. It's American soil, maybe. It's Antarctic soil, but it's not. That's not going to Antarctica.
That's why I was asking, what was it supposed to prove, Ken? Valid point.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you can get within eye shot of Antarctica and keep it in eye shot and drive fly the coastline or a ship and keep the coastline, right there, then that would be something. You wouldn't even be on the continent. You would be out in the water, but you could maintain eye contact with the land. Then you could tell. I mean, if it didn't take that long to go around it, then you could say, "Oh, see, it's just a small continent." But, I think it'd be like Captain Cook, you're going to log over 65,000 miles. That's what I think.
Shout out to Captain Cook. If y'all don't know, Ken know the water. Appreciate you tapping in with us, bro. Episode 100. Yo, Ken's one of the OGs. I mean, out the mud with it, right, Proud?
I have no idea.
I passed out last night. All I did was sit down so I could find. I was busy. I was busy all the way up to about 11:30. All I did was sat down, and next thing I know, I woke up.
And you probably rolled something up nice. Come on, Ken, tell the full story.
No, I was actually working, so I didn't get a chance. I was ready to, but yeah, I was busy.
Well, I'm glad you got some rest, bro. We save you some. We'll pass it. Oh, we supposed to do the virtual, Proud. Yeah.
You ain't hit mine. Welcome up, D3. Welcome up, Mac. Nathaniel back. We got Flat. Holistic been in here. Flat Earth Dave still rocking with us. Keon still rocking with us. We got Ken, and we believe Witsit is harvesting some ether right now. It is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays. If you are requesting, we see you. Swallow didn't take Cole. Look, his little friends. He knew better. He knew better than to take Cole.
That would have been legendary.
Is it flat or is it holistic?
I'll be quick. I'll be like 60 seconds. So first, I just want to congratulate everyone on the 100th episode. What you've accomplished is just like super cool. I literally invited so many XRPL people to like participate or listen to the Flat Earth Friday. I've been marketing it like literally all week. I think it's awesome what you all have accomplished. So I can't just give you all like, props, kudos for pulling this off. So one thing real quick, Keon, I tagged you in a map in the purple pill on how you might understand where the ice wall could be in relationship to Australia. Also, Patrick Riley from the XRPL community, I believe, is debating Witsit on Sunday. I don't know, Witsit, is that on YouTube or is that going to be Spaces? Have you all like set a time yet? Because I'm pretty excited to see that. And well, when Witsit comes back, maybe he can share like if he has any information with that. But the last thing I want to share is we're up to now 4,700 trust lines for flat token on XRPL. I think it started spreading like wildfire with the idea that we're literally, I mean, it's not an idea, it's like a literal thing. We're literally going to airdrop 100% of the entire supply to all the trust lines evenly. So, I mean, I literally reached out to Tokyo, Asia, Japan, Korea, Philippines, Australia, India. I mean, it's a global movement. Because there's an XRPL community all over the world.
Global.
Communities. And then, so all you have to do is like literally just click the trust line link. I put it in the purple pill. I mean, it's like you can buy it. I mean, you can get set your trust line, get your free tokens. You can hold on to them, sell them, buy more. It doesn't really matter. But if you want to participate, there's 4,700 of them already, trust lined in. So I think we're going to wait till we get to over 10,000 trust lines before we do the airdrop. More info coming in the near future. But, moving forward, I really just want to talk about, I have so many different things out and spread the good news. But yeah, I'm really, really thrilled for the debate between Whitsitt and Patrick Riley, because Patrick Riley has been in the XRPO community participating in spaces for quite a long time. But yeah.
Is he toxic?
What's that? Sorry.
He's gonna debate him.
Yeah, I believe so. His name is Patrick. He's in the XRPO community and participates in spaces. So, um,
Would you say he's toxic?
I don't think he's toxic. I think he's open to different suggestions with the model of like the flat Earth model in relationship to what he's doing. I think he's building some things on his end with the assumption that we don't live in a flat world. So he was basically saying, you know, it would be disappointing to him if he found out it was flat. But it's a gentleman's debate. So like, I mean, he's a friendly person. I mean, he's been friendly with me and very supportive of like flat and sharing it with the community within the XRPO community that he's in. So I'm just trying to do my part to spread the good news. Any information whenever Witsa gets it to share with like the time or like if that's going to be recorded and shared. But because like it's in the XRPL community and the flat community, I would just be thrilled to like know about it and hear it. He's very professional though. Maybe that's the best way to put it. He's very professional.
No, that's good to know. If he's on Twitter, he might be interactive. He might pull up.
But yeah, I'm super excited about what y'all are doing. Just are you all going to continue doing this for like every Friday indefinitely? I mean, is that you all's plan? I mean, I'm just curious about like now it's episode 100. What's the future hold?
Man, that's a loaded question. The future does hold a lot, but as far as the spaces, we do want to keep going. It's kind of hard to like break the streak willingly. You know, we done gone so far, so we feel like we're kind of like almost obligated to do it every Friday. But yeah, definitely. Flatter Friday is not going nowhere no time soon. At least not till episode like 150. We'll think about like taking a break. We actually want to do more spaces on different days of the week. Uh, one in particular for like debates where we just pick random topics and then or a specific topic for the debate and then everybody will argue aside. But yeah, no, it's just a lot of work, you know. Some of the guys that we have on our team, you know, the work it takes to look into the sciences and dissect some of these papers, it takes time. So it's always more information out there to come back and clip up. And we're just saying 101, we might as well take it back and do some beginner. So I don't think the conversation will ever end, you know, like I think we're always gonna have something to really keep going for.
That's awesome because I'm putting in a lot of groundwork. Like literally, I'm hopping in all these XRPL spaces, and a lot of them in the XRPL community. Not some of them are actually flat earthers, which was like I was really excited to find out because people didn't really want to actually like come out and say they were a flat earther until I guess there was a flat token on the XRPL. Then they were like they stood up and said something, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. But some of them are globe earthers, and I've been telling them like, look, you know, like some of them get, you know, like heated, you know, like talking about like how much they believe in the globe. I'm telling them like, you know, show up to Flat Earth Friday, you know, if you think you got what it takes. So like, I've really been out there shaking some branches. I think it's a worldwide huge movement. And if you all are committed to keep doing this past episode 100, I'm going to keep on getting people in here. So we're trying to. Awesome. But yeah, Patrick Riley is very eager to learn more about flat Earth. So yeah, it should be a really, really fun debate or gentleman's debate, which puts it.
I'm glitching right now, but appreciate you sharing that love, man. That's real for real. I know you've been coming to the spaces for a little while. Shout out to you for flattening the blockchain. And I didn't even know. Did we talk about that? Did we mention that discussion, debate, whatever it's supposed to be? 'Cause I'm here for it.
Yeah, the flat Earth movement's definitely going to take over the XRPO community with a huge like passion. I mean, passion's contagious. So this gentleman's debate with Patrick Riley is going to really help me out a lot with, you know, additional support within the XRPO community. If it's just going to be a lot of fun. I'm pretty excited about it.
You're lucky Toby's not up here. Flat smacking the XRP out of you.
Oh yeah, right.
I was scrolling. I was
Toby's
looking
passionate
like,
too.
let's see if Toby's down there somewhere.
Um, yeah, we definitely gotta make a thread for all the crypto, and I think even Dave could put in the thread. Yeah, we gotta make a thread. It's a couple of people now that Brooke and Flurf. Yeah, we definitely gotta make one.
That's awesome. Thanks for the support. There's literally 4,700 trust lines. I mean, there's been thousands that have trust lined in the past few days. So once we get to 10,000, there's a really good chance we're going to do the airdrop shortly after that. So if you want to participate, just click the link. If you have any questions, let me know. But other than that, I'm going to pivot back to Flat Earth chat.
Okay. Oh, you wanted to throw something else in? Or you want to wait till we come back around? I wonder.
Yeah, we can wait till we come back around. I have a lot of fun information to share. Oh, one thing is that when you do the Google Earth and you do the scales on, and you pull up a Google Earth map, and then you go to the what would be the northern hemisphere, so like above the equator type of deal, and you pull it up on your computer. Look at the scale in the bottom right-hand corner. This is so wild. And then what you want to do is take your mouse and then move the whole map down, and what you'll see is the scale will then get cut in half. So the scale on Google Earth isn't even accurate. It's so like it's so sly. It's in the bottom right-hand corner, so most people miss it. But it's wild. Google Earth is like not accurate at all in many ways on the representation of how they represent the land on the map. So if you pay attention to the scale in the bottom right hand corner, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's pretty cool.
I can't wait to go play with it. Let's go to holistic, and then let's hear from D3.
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going? I had sort of, I guess it will be my attempt at a measured criticism of both sides regarding cause and effect in what we call modern physics. Um, I guess we might want to call it a dark inquiry into the dark philosophy of dark metaphysics of dark modern science. A couple terms I'm going to use about various hypotheses. It'll be dark Christianity, dark Islam, dark anger from dark Incredible Hulk, dark with our powers combined. We are Dark Captain Planet. And what my comment is going to be is that these people that demand that we dark respect their dark descriptions about anything, whether it's our side or their side, I don't think anybody really, I mean, in almost any case, ever even posits an actual cause or effect. Really, we can have our own personal opinions about dark Islam or dark Christianity or dark Wonder Woman or whatever. But the dark reason for no dark proof is that there is no criteria for proving it either way or whatever. So I'm curious whether people do agree with me. This demand that you respect the fact that someone makes an accurate prediction because they made an observation and described it. So a car going 50 miles per hour is dark 50 miles away. Wow, dark impressive. Wow, that's amazing. What do you think? How can we bully people into dark understanding that they're not doing anything? They're not dark saying anything. They're dark retarded. This is really starting to bother me because predicting a car goes 50 miles, dark 50 miles, it's not impressive. This dark demand that we dark respect it. It's really starting to. What do you think about this flat earth piece? I know we like to get into the dark science about dark everything, but even our models, there's no dark proof or dark criteria for any of it. Would you guys agree with this, or do you think I'm dark overstating it?
Bro, I understood the word you said, bro.
Yeah, so the new term would be white holes that I heard tonight in relation to the dark holes, the black holes. So I'm just trying to dark understand what your dark position is. I think maybe Sacred Dark understands what I'm getting at, but I just don't dark see any dark criteria for any of this either way. So perhaps people should dark shut the fuck up and dark say nothing about it in almost all cases. That's my opinion, my dark opinion. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm with Keon. That kind of sounds like dark salad.
Well, you know, one thing I will dark respect is at least people who will posit a cause of a creator. At least they're positing an actual cause that for an explanation. At least they're not just saying, I described this mathematically. I'm not even going to say how I think it might happen. I just watched it and it's right there. And I observed it went there. And I was like, wow, it took this much time to go there. At least like people who are Christians, people who are whichever religion you are, you say the cause of that, the cause of space. Space is not just a number line, which is what space is to the modern physicists. Space is spirit. Space is God. Space was created by my God. At least people posit that. But modern science, I don't think they posit anything about light concept, space concept, movement concept, not explainable. None of these things. So I don't know. These are just my personal dark opinions. So if you dark disagree, that's fine.
You like
Niggas
Kanye's
are
album, Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy?
Yes, I've been a dark, long time dark fan of Dark Twisted Fantasy. It's a great dark album.
Yo, Holistic kind of been here from the beginning too, low key.
I think Holistic know where we came from. The OG, the origin.
Well, you know, what this is like my dark ultimate conclusion is that all of philosophy, no matter which philosophy you have, it all just comes down to opinions and recommendations. Because, like I sort of dark implied earlier, there is no dark criteria for dark proving anything, no matter whether you want to have like dark analytical or dark empirical proofs. There is nothing that can ever be proven. Because in order to be true knowledge, true proof, true dark proof, you have to have immutable, universally accepted knowledge under a dark universal criteria. And there is no criteria for anything like these things. Even our side, like, what is the spider is tasty to the Chinaman, yet it is inedible to the European. What is the true nature of the tastiness of the spider? How would you ever decide that? No, there's only your own perspective and your own personal opinion and your own recommendations. Don't eat the spider, I would say. Why my friend Cheng Chong, he would tell me eat the spider. It's very good and healthy for you. So I don't know. I just sort of want to introduce maybe a metaphysical question of the soul. I believe that our position is far more dark correct than these like the nihilism of modern science, where they don't even dark even attempt to explain anything. They just want you to dark listen to them, and basically just be able to dark do whatever they want when they describe something with math. But I don't know. I don't think we can prove it anyway. Whatever. But yeah, I'll shut up now. I sort of got my dark opinion out. Thanks.
Hey, bro, appreciate you keeping it light. That's not the real Holistic Honey, by the way, guys.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's my dark ex-wife who has a dark OnlyFans now, but she makes a lot of dark money every dark month, so I dark allow her to continue to do it. If you want to dark try to bully me, we can dark go to war. That's fine. It might even dark be fun, but just so you guys know.
That's your ex-wife, and you still support her OnlyFans?
Yeah, so
You
When
guys
I
have
said
children together?
I'm allowed to dark
You guys
support
have
any.
children together?
We have 3 dark children, and also we don't have 3 dark children because when I call something dark, that means anything I want it to mean in
Yo,
any dark given
you will
context.
never find a woman to.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yo,
don't know what
good
a
luck with
woman. I
that,
don't know
yo.
what a woman is. No dark criteria for what a dark
Good
woman
luck
is.
with
So,
that one. That one is a head scratcher right there.
well, that would be a dark head scratcher, which,
That's like
like
a
I said,
modern
doesn't.
day pimp. Are you a modern day pimp holistic? Did he allegedly? Oh, this is a recorded space. I'm gonna mute. It's okay.
This is actually not a dark recorded space because in order to be recorded, it would have to be light, and this is dark. So it's whatever I say it is. Doesn't matter, but yes, like I said, if you'd like to try to dark bully me over my dark ex-wife, dark dumb bitch ex-wife, go ahead. It might even be fun.
Is happening in the ether. Yo, what's good, D3? Welcome to the madness.
No, that's dark. Dark 369.
What's good, everybody? Congratulations on 100. I missed the first part of it. What did I miss in the first few hours? I was late.
You missed a few laughs, a few old stories, reminiscing. Wissit versus Franco a little bit.
That's where I came in for a little while when Witz was talking to Franco. So that was towards the beginning.
Yeah, we made it before Stationary Saturdays.
Nice. All right, so maybe I wasn't as late as I thought. I got to see a couple of the awards. Are there still awards left?
Bro, we didn't even get to the rest of them.
Let's do it.
Just like kind of celebrate, talk, chop it up. We just got a whole clip of awards left. Holy.
Yeah. When Witz was talking to Franco, I don't know if anybody's still listening who was listening at that time, but one thing, man, he did it again. Franco, like, Witz clearly elaborated the whole foam theory and how the theories going today are kind of relating towards something being there, present, like an ether, and all these ether-like theories. And he laid it out, and he's like, Franco, can you at least acknowledge that maybe that's a possibility? And he was like, no. I can't. If you can't do it with math, I don't know. I can't believe it. I don't know what can I do. It was crazy. Like, if it's not math, he just can't believe it, bro.
Well, you don't dark understand this is dark math. We can dark do whatever we want.
Dark math will do it, bro. He needs dark.
We can make up some math, dude, and describe anything like Superman's underwear on the red couch from all the way over here with some integral calculus. I can get that curve real nice if he wants to believe.
Or that just solidified it again. He's done that before, like with me in individual talks, but it was like just for everybody listening. If you were here when he said that, that's your physicist right there. He also said, like, yeah, another key thing he said was, if it works, that's what we care about. So, like, yeah, they're not really interested in the truth of what's working. They're just interested if their theories are useful, not that they're actually what's really going on.
I
So
also
I would
find it
question
interesting
like
that
this usefulness, like this usefulness that these people claim. I have yet to see any of this alleged usefulness. This is just trial and error. This is all that technology is. Like, what does Franco say when I know this isn't lost on you guys, and you've probably told him this, that the Ptolemaics, the Chaldeans, 2,000 years ago, under completely different models, made the same exact accurate predictions about eclipses. Like, what would he say that? Oh, it's just as useful. How is it useful to make an observation, write it down, and make a prediction, just a further abstracted observation? Like, where is this usefulness?
I guess
I find it interesting that he says he doesn't care what you call it. Like, you can call these interpretations whatever you want to call them, as long as it works in a way. And it's like it seems like he's complacent with science having a misinterpretation. just as long as
That's
their substitute makes sense or matches up or makes predictions, and that's
You mean
interesting.
as long as the consensus can be ignorant, as Winston always says, or whatever?
yeah, that's it, Proud. That's exactly it. That's what Witz was saying. Like, yeah, this stuff is useful. Like, we can make extremely precise predictions with, you know, what you guys have devised with these calculations and these, you know, virtual particles and whatnot. But that's not what we're talking about. Like, yeah, it's useful, but it's not the actual truth. And so, in order to get to the actual truth, we kind of gotta go back to the fundamental part of it and make changes there, not throw everything out. We can revise everything once we have a different fundamental to go from. And it's like what Franco was saying was like, yeah, they're not even interested in doing that, I guess. You know, they're just like the one guy Franco mentioned. So he mentioned somebody who had been studying and then teaching or something physics for like 40 years, and he was working within relativity to kind of extend relativity. And it's like, well, that's exactly what Witz is saying. Like, now imagine if this guy spent 40 years on trying to work from a different fundamental standpoint that may have superseded relativity, right? But instead, he's trying his best and working his whole life to fit everything to work with relativity. Like, that's what the was kind of missed, I think.
Yeah, but the thing, D3, is that I think
What's up, Keon?
how you doing, bro?
My man, I'm good.
That's good. Yeah, I think like Franco like is a physicist, so
Mm-hmm.
he works with formulas, right? Stuff that you write down, and I think that's what he was trying to tell Whitset. Like, it's okay
Actually,
to have different ideas, but you need to write these ideas down. Like, you need to be able to write them down.
that's true. That's true. I agree with that. But he did say he's a experimental physicist. He's not on the theory side. So he does, he's in the lab doing experiments with this stuff. He's not so much on like the theoretical side of it, writing the math down. But that's what he wants, though, is for everyone to write down. But that's the thing. If you're not a physicist and you can't write it down, but you can understand certain concepts about physics, like Witt said, yeah, you know a lot more than me. It's your job. You've been doing it a long time, but I know enough about it to say that, this aspect of it is wrong. He can't replace it, but as he also said, you don't need to replace it. That's what the actual physicists are doing. But if they're just accepting what is and trying to fit everything into that instead of going back to a fundamental and making a change there, that's what Witz was like pointing out. Like, we're just gonna be at a standstill. We'll make minor incremental upgrades, but we can't make that leap that we're hoping for.
Well, I would sort of push back on Keon a little bit about the whole writing something down thing. As if I don't think that math has anything to do with physics. I don't think that math has anything to do with modern science. Not modern science, with actual science, because everybody knows physics has to do with physical objects. It has to do with causes of natural phenomenon. Because you write something down, even if the description is accurate, that is basically to say nothing and claim intelligence. Like, here's a good example. If you see Mr. Magic Man on stage, you're watching, he does a really cool trick, right? You're like, wow, that is amazing. I wonder how he did that. I would love to know. And then you pull out your notebook. You start describing. He went from point A to point B, walked across the stage. The woman got in the box. The box has dimensions 9 by 6 by 12. He cut her in half. It was this. The saw went this fast at this speed. You write all of that down. And at the end of the thing, you present that information to someone. They're going to tell you, shut up, retard. What does that even mean? That's just, I want to know how they did it. I want to know how it's working. I want to know what gravity is. I don't want you to describe it to me with like your basically less or more accurate descriptions using math. Like, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what physics is. You're not doing physics with math. Math has nothing to do with science, in my opinion.
Yeah. And to add to that, like, let's say holistic, let's say you did that and you wrote down your equation for that situation, and you were able to make predictions about other performances like that this would happen in this way. But then I came along and I analyzed that situation and I wrote a different equation, or I just tweaked your equations a bit, and I changed some things. And so mine is now more accurate than yours. So now everybody jumps to mine, right? So which one was actually true?
Well, you know what? We both may end up being so, like, you can imagine a situation where both of our observations are correct, but they're just conditional correlations embedded within a superior context. So let's say we're going to Mars, right? We got all the shit right, but it turns out gravity is actually caused by whatever, fire in space or spirit or something we didn't take into effect, and therefore all of our observations, despite being correct, the actual cause fucks us all in the end, and we end up shooting past this cartoon called Mars or whatever. And just use your little thinking cap, put your little thinking cap on, and extrapolate that to everything about modern science, like even electricity, stuff like that. We think we understand it. Now we're going to do like the beam ray to give everyone free electricity. Turns out we just were confusing ourselves the whole time, predicting things, confusing conditional correlations with actual understanding, and oops, we just like set the whole atmosphere on fire or something, you know. So there are like very okay. Let me give one more example. Okay, so everyone thought that scurvy for hundreds of years they were killing shipmates because everyone observed their teeth are falling out, their skin is falling apart. They're like, oh my god, there is a magical virus going around. People are dying. They were killing their shipmates. It was very bad. So there were real world consequences for that. Oh, turns out that someone ate a lime and scurvy was just vitamin C deficiency. So what does that imply about all the fields of modern science, especially modern medicine? Many issues going on here. Maybe just like I said, I don't want to shit up flat Earth space with other topics, but it's not good, this modern medicine thing, I assure you.
Yeah, right with you on that. Is Ken still here? Yeah, Ken, what's up, man?
What you say, man? What you need?
I just wanted to chime in about what you were talking about earlier, because I heard a lot of discussion about the wall, right? The ice in Antarctica. So I was thinking, we don't even have to go down there, actually, if we want to prove the wall, right? Now, I don't know if this is possible. If somebody knows how this is or isn't possible, please chime in. What I'm thinking is we can use the stars, right, for navigation, right? They've done that. Uh, if that's possible from above in an airplane, we should be able to go on the outskirts of the continents, right? So California being one, and then on the other side being like Japan or Hawaii, and then fly straight towards whatever's in the sky, and then end up at an ice wall in either direction if it's going around us. So that would be another way to kind of confirm it without risking the treacherous waters and then having to deal with military and all that stuff and getting lost in Antarctica. And then one other thing that made me think about is, watching all the live streams going up into the expanse above, we never do see, even when like we have a fully lit kind of area of Earth, we never do see far enough to see the ice wall in any videos that I've seen. So, what does that say about that as well, right? So maybe the vision is limited, so we can't see far enough to see it. But yeah, that's something that I kind of think about now too.
Yeah, I've always wondered. We use celestial navigation, but you got to know where we use the almanacs tell you where the star is zenith to. I'm wondering about, is any of those stars going where we don't actually know whether zenith to. Um, I wouldn't know how to figure out a distance. Uh, I mean, you could, presumably, if there's something coming down, we're enclosed, then the stars are within it. They could be going down also, but I don't know how you could use that. I mean, other than you can fly. You can fly out there uh, if you can get permission. Um, or but I don't see how you can determine anything without physically going there. Um, whether you're walking or you're driving or what you're doing, you're not going to get far on a ship. You can sail around the Antarctic, and try and log the miles. Um, but that doesn't tell you what's out there, what's there. And just from the, I don't, I don't know, just from what you can read on Bird and other people being there, there's some, they talk about what's the high Mount McKinley, supposed to be the highest mountain. They talk about like there's mountains there that are huge, but
Yeah.
you can't verify any of that stuff. Can't go there.
Yeah. I guess our verification for something being there is the military alliances, right? The international alliances. There's definitely something. We don't know what it is. We don't know what they're doing, but there's something.
Well, I do
Yeah.
have a question on this distance thing. It's related to what y'all were just talking about. Because we all know like the whole perspective thing or whatever, but I'm more curious about the inverse square law or whatever when they say that they're like, because I always ask my friends, I'm like, are you Superman? Are you like Incredible Hulk or something? How are you seeing so far? What is their explanation nowadays? Is it that light travels differently or works differently when it travels through number lines known as space time in space? Or how do they say that they're seeing that far? Or do they deny the inverse square law of light now? Or how are they seeing 10 trillion, badillion, zillion miles away from their point of view?
I think I asked Witz this once. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I think he said something along the lines, don't quote me here, something along the lines of like, it does work with the inverse square law in some respect to where it can reach us. So if it's traveling through, a so-called vacuum, propagated with just, other light, then that propagation does eventually reach us. But I'm with you, bro. I really don't see, even then, I don't see how it looks like it's just how it is at all times, when we look at stars and stuff. I'm with you.
Well, yeah, we're also presupposing, and this is across all realms of astronomy, that there's no visual effects. Our senses aren't airing. Like when we look at something in the water, it looks bended and curved. Like this is just very basic, elementary stuff. And given we don't know what space is, and they say it's number lines, is it possible, Mister Wheelchair Boy Stephen Hawking, that whatever you say space is, meaning you don't know what it is, it could be affecting light, so maybe it looks a different way that it's not actually. And so I would perfectly be willing to admit that, which is why we don't know. You should shut up and not say anything, Mister. So and if you do know, Mister Black Science Man, no guy, you're gonna have to tell me what it is and why it's doing what it's doing, number boy.
Facts. They don't really know.
Yeah, I do have a quick question and see what do you guys think. So, um, NASA is planning to go back to the moon, I believe in late 2026. What do you guys think is going to happen?
Weren't they supposed to do it again in 2023 or something, or 2024? I don't know. I think it's been delayed a few times, so I'm wondering if we'll just see another delay.
If I'm not mistaken, we've been going back in the next 10 years since Clinton. There's, you know, there's always something. You know, I think we're supposed to have a freaking space hotel now already built up there, and you know, people can go and stay in the space hotel, and these are all to me, it's all just yeah. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, and they ain't doing it. They ain't doing nothing. And as far
So
as what's in space and the light, they like to say there's no ether, but um, they're, they're not all. That might be the official story, but they're not all agreed on that. And even when you get into uh, uh, quantum mechanics, you know, they've invoked quantum foam, which, you know, I'm not going to say that I completely understand it, but it's, you know, it's all just a way to introduce fluid dynamics, which would, you know, what's the difference between that and ether? And you know, a lot of them will say, well, this is different ether than what we had. They don't even know what ether they had to begin with. You know, it was something that they know it's there, but they can't tell you exactly what it is. So how is it different when you got something that you don't know what it is or exactly how it works, but it's different? Trust me.
Well, this is how even our side, like, this isn't a harsh criticism because I don't think this information is actually knowable. Like when we say it's the ether, what is ether if not a bunch of particles? Like a bunch of, frankly, just descriptions as well. Now you can say it's not that, but if you're going to say that, you're going to have to tell me what ether is and how a concept, a mathematical description known as ether, i.e., a bunch of particles, bends light like the number lines do with gravity. Like, so I'm not saying like it's bad to like theorize about these things, but it's basically the same thing as gravity. Frankly, if gravity is bending light, a bunch of number lines and concepts, what is ether if not that same thing? Now I know the ether is probably there in some supernatural sense, but it's not physical. We're not doing physics when we go in that realm. That's a realm of more opinion.
Yeah, that's all theoretical physics, exactly. You know, it's a good question, but like we're never gonna know unless we can find a way to detect what it is, and we really haven't been able to. Science hasn't done that. I don't know why they haven't done that, but yeah.
Well, like
Well,
I
I
said,
look at
maybe it might just be unknowable. Perhaps better just to assent piously to tradition. So at least we have some order, some coherence in society, some facts, based on a criteria of God and tradition. At least we can base our worldview on some order, some cultural similarities, rather than killing God, as our good friend Mr. Nietzsche said, by basically just not believing in anything anymore and replacing that with mathematical descriptions, which killed God for every Abrahamic faith. If God can be wrong about the shape of what he built, oh, whoops, I was wrong in the Bible. Well, now they can change all the teachings. God can be wrong about it. Oops, God can't even observe what the earth is shaped like. Who's wrong about that? So I don't know. That's what I think all of this really is, the annihilation of any sort of order, any sort of tradition. How could any of these things even be known? But now we'll just describe it and tell you whatever we want.
Well, to Keon's question about the moon, I think this was just on Joe Rogan podcast, and they were talking about it, and I think they finally acknowledged the like radiation belt that sits in between Earth and the moon, and I guess that's a problem. And
Yeah, but
I guess,
I don't know what radiation is. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
but yeah, I guess they have like test dummies or something, but they're finally acknowledging that it's dangerous to humans, and then you get on the aspect of the cameras, and how it messes them up too. So it's like, all this footage is faked. I would just suggest to watch that, Keon. You might get a better idea. Why we
oh
can't
yeah,
make it.
I did I did research it, and yeah, I know the first one, like the ones that did previously, are fake. But I'm trying to see like if they were able to do it in 1972, like what are we expecting this time? Like, are they gonna fake it again and sell it to us, or they're actually gonna go to the moon this time? That's kind of the question.
I think one thing is what Macaroni just mentioned is the Van Allen radiation belt, right? So if there's a safe way to traverse it, that's just that'll be it, I guess. If they can figure out that and then get the distances right and all that. So if you see that there's an easy way, or a viable way to get through the belt and go there and make it back, then maybe it's possible.
Yeah, because from what I researched, it's basically impossible for the moment. Like at least
Right.
with the technology. So, like if we're saying in about how many more years? 2 years, they're gonna traverse this belt and they're gonna go to the moon. Like I'm wondering, are they gonna provide us with another film? Saying, hey, we just landed on the moon, but there's somewhere in the studio on Earth.
Yep.
Keon, you may have been asked this before, but do you have any personal criteria for any one thing that would disabuse you of your current belief as a Globie? Or like, I always ask this. I never have gotten one time an answer on this. Like, even if it's something like Jesus came down and told me I was wrong, any criteria for something, if it was
Like
proven to
you're
you that
referring
you
to
would change your mind.
no, because you know why? Because like I believe in something like I believe in a universe, right? So in my universe, there are galaxies with many stars and many planets and all of that. So
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I have my beliefs too. I have my belief. So an example would be my criteria for changing my belief would be circumnavigating the globe with me on the ship, north to south. I don't believe that can be done or could ever be proven. You would simply run into what we call, quote, the ice wall, or maybe a satellite with our super technology zooming in on my friends in Australia standing upside down. I'd probably accept that. That would be a tricky one because they have a lot of trickery they can do these days with their computers. So I don't know. So you don't have any like one single thing that would disabuse you of your what you call a belief in the universe. Not even Jesus coming down and saying you were wrong.
yeah, I would need to question Jesus as well. Like I probably need to ask like to take me up there and
Well, what if it's Dark Super Jesus and he had the dark anger of Dark Incredible Hulk I mentioned earlier? You'd still question him? You'd dark question? Oh my God, it's over for you. You're going to dark hell. I'm just
no,
dark.
because like I want to believe in the universe so much that like um yeah but I don't know, maybe taking a space flight, going into orbit, that would change. Like if I go up there and I look down and it's flat, then yeah, now it's flat.
Hey, Keon, it's interesting you say that because again, if you look at the videos from SpaceX, which is about as high as you're going to get on one of those touristy, uh, space flights you're describing, it's flat from up there. They're too close to see any actual curvature. And then on top of that, remember, right, you're not going to see the real curvature from that close or even from up above that either because of the limitation on your vision towards the ends of the earth, towards that horizon, right? That's an apparent horizon. It doesn't just magically change into a real horizon because you get farther away from it.
Yeah, like I said, I would need to go up there and see it with my own eyes.
With your own eyes. So the
Yeah.
videos, I got you. The videos ain't trustworthy. It's cool. I respect it because a lot of videos can be fake. So
Hey, Keon, you're asking what's going to happen in 2 years when NASA says they're going back to the moon. I encourage you to watch Jaronism's film called NASA Going Nowhere Since 1958. And he documents every time they said they were going to do something and how they keep kicking the can down the road. So
Oh
please
yeah,
watch that.
I'm totally with you when it comes to NASA. I'm totally with you guys. Like, I have my serious doubts about NASA. So, because I'm thinking, personally, I think if they do go in 2026, it's gonna be another film. That's my personal take. Personally, that's what I think is gonna happen.
By then, they might be able to just totally bamboozle us with AI, fake people, fake everything. It's getting to that point if they're not there already.
Exactly, and the thing is, like, it's gonna be hard for us to kind of see what is real or not, because the way AI is going, it's crazy. Like, you can't
But
even.
Keon, with the fact that NASA's faking us, and NASA is the main reason why people think the Earth is a globe, don't you think it's time that you come over to the flat Earth side and start questioning the globe?
I got that
No,
sweater.
because I believe, like I said, I believe in something bigger. Like, I think I believe in other planets, just like Earth, around like Earth.
Keon, can I give you a response to this? Because I don't believe we're on a globe. I don't believe we're on a flat plane like everybody else thinks. If you look into Jumbotron, there's my belief of what we're actually on. It's a hot dog shaped planet. Like, we're not on a flat Earth, because if we
Wait,
were
did
on,
you say hot dog?
yeah, it's a hot dog. Do you not
Oh,
see it?
damn, that's interesting.
It's
Keon.
it's an actual hot dog, and for the flat earthers, to see them, they're on one end of the flat earth, and they have this ice wall around them, stopping them from being able to travel down the shaft of the hot dog. So where I believe I'm more so towards the center of the shaft of the hot dog, where I'm spinning around, and because of this.
Keon, is it really so horrible that you believe in outer space and that other planets exist versus just other, like, more land? Like, is it really such a horrible alternative?
No, I mean, I subscribe to more lands. I subscribe to that 100%. I think we do have more lands on this planet, that we don't know of. That you know, yeah, I subscribe to that 100% on this planet. But yeah, I do subscribe to that. Yeah.
It may be able to. You may be able to have both, Keon. You may be able to have a flat plane with enough distance between it and the things above for it to be still kind of like the space that you think it is. We really don't know.
But if you think that it could be a lot bigger, Keon, that also means that you agree that the math don't necessarily prove the reality, right? Because if it's not what they say it is, then that means there's a whole different set of math to describe the actuality, even though they're giving us math and something that you say may not be totally true.
Yeah, so when I say bigger, I mean like more lands, like not necessarily bigger, like in the like circumference or whatever, just more lands on the planet.
Oh, you mean like lands that they are hiding in the maps, but they're there?
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
What amazes me about this whole thing is that when you really get to a flat earthers have such a simple explanation for things, and science seems to complicate things way more. I caught some of the conversation between Whitsitt and Franco, and that was pretty amazing last night. But what I see happening is that they're so far out there that they say that they're verifying things with their fancy math, but they don't really say what they're verifying. And that was interesting.
What is that?
If I'm interrupting, I don't know. I can't hear anybody. But before I drop out and go back, Keon, I just uploaded a picture to the Purple Pill showing you all of your outer lands, your other planets here on Flat Earth. I got to drop and come back.
Yeah, Jen. No, his interpretation of it is insightful, and we've had this conversation a couple times, or they've had this conversation a couple times, and that was like his response, literally both times. And I get it if that's what you're based in, but I don't know. It just seems so detached.
But and what is it that they're based on? Like, what is it that they're finding that their math is saying predicts it so accurately? Is it a electron? It is a gluon? It is a proton, and it's coming and showing up someplace? I mean, what is it that they are actually doing, or have they gotten so far into this paradigm that they can't even say or explain without, it just seems like they're trapped.
Yeah, that's what Witz is trying to point out, and I think that's what a lot of the truthers in this community who are going real deep into the papers and studying the math and the science behind it, that's what they're kind of pointing out too. And they're getting their information from other physicists who have pointed these things out. So it's not like it's just a bunch of dumb flat earthers, right? Like, these guys are studying stuff from other physicists who don't agree with the main model. But it's like what you asked is like, what are they doing? Like, on a quantum scale, they're doing experiments, and then they have something that is off, right? They see some kind of reaction or vacancy when something should be there, or something that doesn't follow what the math says, and then they come up with another thing that kind of, they figure out something, and it's like, oh, well, this can explain that, and then people are heralded for providing an explanation, even though it may not be reality, right? And that's what Witz was saying, like with the whole virtual particles, right? They're not really there. They're mathematical constructs, but this guy was given like a Nobel Prize or something for it, right? He's heralded for it because it helps them stay within their model. They don't want to break the model, is essentially what it is. Like,
Yeah.
that's why.
And it was amazing that Franco was just like, yeah, this is we use this pretend particle and this pretend particle and this pretend particle. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. And you can't see that that's a problem if you're actually dealing with physics and not philosophy, because they're lost in that. They're really, theoretical physics is really theoretical. It's not actual, because if you could say that something is there, you would say it.
You know what his answer to that is? But it works. So that's all they care about. Yeah, that's it.
I like that you mentioned.
It's just interesting because once you can pull it back, to what Keon was saying, or where the hot dog guy. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Things can be so simple. You pull it back and you can see too far. You pull it back and all of a sudden water finds its level. There's all these such simple, things that are so real. I think we have a tendency to fly off into these, cosmologies and perceptions and things that aren't really there. But if you pull it back to reality, we have all the keys to unlocking things. I mean, the ether is very interesting, right? Because it is kind of ethereal. It is sort of the magic behind the magnetism and the electric fields and whatnot. But
Yep.
well, then you got to go to God. But
Well, so everything you just said, I like where your head is at, and this is why I think that I don't think knowledge, our understanding of it, I don't think it used to always be like this. This thing called proof, this thing called knowing. I don't think it was thought of like that, because I know that the original, like the most ancient, like Ptolemaic astronomers and stuff, and the way they would do quote science is that they would just observe something and be like, oh, I guess it does that and that's its place. They wouldn't even posit a cause, because there was a whole schools of philosophy like called the Pyrrhonists who were against like this thing called analytical scientific knowledge. That was basically what they were against, because like you sort of got at, there's an infinite regress when it comes to actual causes. What is the proof of that? What is the proof of that? Are you the criteria for that proof? No, nobody's going to believe you. That's not valid. So what is, and ultimately you end up at God when it comes to actual causation. There's no like materialistic explanation that could be universally proven. Even though like our physicist friends, they do have their confusions in mathematical world. Ultimately, like, so again, there is no ultimate way to prove the ultimate cause. Ultimately. So,
Right.
even for something like small, like distance, movement, going from point A to point B, like if we're going to use the modern spatial picture metaphysic of every single instance in time is a limit never reached ideally, well, that's another concept. That's an abstraction. You're going to have to provide a different criteria for movement. And if it's your senses, well, nobody's going to agree on that criteria either. So how do you prove movement universally? You don't. So
And it goes back to, there was folks questioning, well, what is science? And science is sort of this, finding pathways to understanding through various different methodologies. And we've gotten, in our modern world, kind of caught up in the methodology of science, without having true understandings about things, or dismissing anything that it isn't. It's kind of interesting because in some sense we dismiss anything that isn't quantifiable unless we're talking about, these really, out there quantum mechanical physics. And then everything's fine as far as theoretic goes, and not really having a grasp on
well,
anything.
that's what they invented the calculus for, because calculus necessitates, or that implies and necessitates, that you're not actually describing things accurately. You're describing things up to the limit of what you think it could be like that in that situation, but you're not actually doing, because it's impossible to describe some of these things. Even something like a vortex, the next wave on a beach. Doesn't matter how much data you have. This is why AI will never exist in any real sense, because complex systems cannot be described. And what is humanity if not the ultimate complex system? How does a bloodstream flow through the body? It's unpredictable. It's non-ergodic for a million reasons. You can't predict it with math. It's non-describable. You can try to do it with calculus and do it to various degrees, but I think this used to be known, and they used to fight against this latter-day idol known as modern science. Like, we're not even accurately describing it, like, with the best math.
Yeah, it may not be something we understand until we go back to it, right?
Oh, I want to let Macaroni get a chance to chime in here, and then we might have to rotate some mics. We got a couple of requests.
Big Mac with the dilly.
Yeah, what's up? I might be glitching out. I didn't hear you, but just to bring it back to Antarctica, uh, I'm kind of sick of hearing like the whole argument. Oh, I'll go down there and see the 24-hour sun. Like that's going to prove it, but like they're not getting the concept. And I like what you guys said about the stars too for navigation, because yeah, like you can't see when the sun's out, the stars. So if you take it back to the first expedition down there, you'll be like, oh, they went in the summer months, and it's like, okay, how are they navigating if you can't see the stars? And it's just, I feel like it's a bunch of lies, and I just wanted to get some feedback on that. Like, am I crazy for thinking that? Like, because they don't have GPSs, and the only way they would be able to navigate is the stars, compass, and the sextant, maybe. So how are you navigating if you can't see any of it?
Good question. I don't know.
Well, you're using the sun, right?
Probably geological landmarks, if I had to guess. They probably have, like, they could see shit. Oh, we're here. But I don't know. I've never thought of that. It's a good question.
I was gonna say maybe radar or something, bouncing stuff off and receiving signals, maybe triangulating that way. Maybe probably it's all of it.
Well, you gotta take it back to the first expedition too. Like, when did we find the South Pole and how did they do it? And I did a deep dive on it. That's when I started, finding out all these fallacies or lies or whatever you want to call them. And it's just like not adding up. And I'm just wondering if I'm stupid.
No, tell us about it, because I've never really, like, I know of the expeditions, I know Bird and the different things that people mention, but I've never actually dug into the travel aspect of it, how they got down there. What did you read?
I think it was in the 1940s or something like that. Uh, I think some of the people might be connected to Rothschild or something weird like that, one of the families. But skim past that. They just used, they did it in the summer months, and they used dog sleds. And I forget how long it took. I think they left in November, during the summer months. And
Macaroni, wasn't there like a huge race to get there? And that, like you said, they did leave in this, but it ended up not being fast enough, and they got like trapped because it got cold or something, and a bunch of people died. Or,
yeah,
does that ring a
yeah,
bell?
exactly. I think there was like three groups of a couple scientists, and yeah, I'd have to go back, but
Yeah, I think they were like one group. This was a long time ago. I read this narrative, but one of the first ones were so trapped because their dogs died or something. They had to eat their dogs, or I don't remember if they had to eat each other or something. But they like got trapped out there during the initial race because for whatever reason, there was a huge narrative about there being some sort of race to get down there. And actually, I don't remember. I'll just shut up because I don't remember the exact details, but I do remember there's a harrowing story about people not making it out in time for the weather change, and then it was too cold for them to like
Was
move.
Shackleton's crew?
Yeah, Shackleton does ring a bell, so you're probably right.
I remember a story. It was some crazy story, and then they went back and they found Shackleton's ship, and then they like dug up all this scotch that Shackleton had left there, and then they did analysis and like figured out exactly this scotch that they were drinking, and I knew something was up when they put it back.
Wait, what happened?
And reburied the scotch. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is a tall story.
yeah, and then you can just basically think about it like basic survival. Like, you need like a campfire and stuff at night and shit, like anybody does. And like, are they burning trees? Like, are there trees on Antarctica?
Well, I think they were burning their ships.
I think they were too far inland is what happened, and they got trapped for the weather change or
Yeah,
whatever, and then they
yeah,
just had to bury themselves underground and try to wait it out. But
yeah.
Yeah,
oh shit, we
something.
ain't got no more ship to burn. We ate all the dogs. Oh shit, nigga.
It's a messed up situation thinking about that, man. People eat each other in those situations. Oh man.
Yeah, so I got a question. So how do you guys feel about Admiral Byrd expedition and the South Pole? At the South Pole. If you guys know about that.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I don't think I trust everything, but it's an interesting story. It definitely has an interesting timeline to it, and there's something's up.
Right. So can I ask you, which aspects do you believe in, which aspects you don't believe of his story?
Well, I believe that he was working for the military. I believe he did discover some things. I believe, I don't know. It's hard to know because he was kind of figurehead and spokesperson and military hero for a little bit. And I'm not sure where exactly that puts him. Is he an honest representative of what was going on and found what he said he found with more lands and more resources and whatnot, or was that part of the game as well? And then they sort of changed their game plans. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm not sure about that whole thing either. It's, right around the same time NASA was developed and all of that stuff. We really don't know if that was true or not.
Okay, but
because there was just that's kind of the head of the beginning of this big deception, right? So was that part of the deception as well?
Right.
So
exactly.
I have
okay,
to
but
stay kind of like I'm not so sure.
okay, but
Same.
let me ask you guys this: what would be the benefit of inventing that whole story? Like, why lie about it?
Okay.
Well,
That's the
maybe to
question I
get
can't.
technologies, monies to investments to do certain military operations that they're gunning for. If you say, hey, there's all these resources over there, why don't we pile up our resources and money over here, send it to us, and then we'll go find it. Well, that's a good way to like get those resources, right? So, the ones that that you already have and not the ones that you are saying that you're about to go get. And that's what NASA's been all about, right? Is like harvesting all of these tax dollars and resources and government, mines, because that's what they're harvesting now. They're trapping people. They're getting all the people who are really intelligent, smart, to believe these sort of theories. And they're trapping all these minds that think they're working on all these space projects. But that's been the whole NASA agenda. So it could have started with Bird.
Right. Yeah, because I asked that because I mean it makes some bold statements, right? It says to have been attacked by UFOs, to meeting with aliens underground, and then obviously to have seen lands beyond Antarctica. So I don't know. It's an interesting story for sure, and yeah.
What aspects do you believe, Keon, of that story?
Shit, all of it, man. All of it could have been true,
Yeah, it could have.
I just don't see a reason why they lie about like his ships getting attacked by UFOs. Like, why would you even say that in the first place?
Why the lie, right? That's the big question that everybody asks.
Yeah, but hey, I see the micro because when I asked the question, it came up. So maybe you want to comment on that. So.
Yeah, man. How you doing, guys? I just wanted to chip in. The race to the South Pole was between the British and the Norwegians, and Shackleton was a failed expedition. He got stranded on St. Georgia, which is up the southern tip of Cape Horn. But Scott, he had a huge expedition, and he had like ships and a massive backup. And it was the wrong way to do it. And they eventually run out of the supply chain, and then they fucking froze to death in tents before they reached the pole. But the Norwegians were supposedly the ones that got there. and they did it on dog sleds, and they ate the dogs. They ate the dogs. You know, this is how the Norwegians conquered discovered the North Pole supposedly as well. But you know, there's no witnesses for all this. It's all bullshit conjecture from the 1800s. You know, they love to create a dramatic story. It's the same as the shit on when they went to the moon, supposedly, and then all that bullshit. They needed to soup up that crap. So Apollo 13, I think it was, you know, they got into trouble. So they love creating these dramatic stories to back up the narrative so that they can make movies afterwards, and that's part of the indoctrination. But Admiral Byrd, I mean, he was a fucking 33rd degree Mason, you know. So all of NASA, all of these fuckers are all 33 degree Masons. But I wanted to ask the panel, what are their thoughts on hollow Earth, and also because I've got a theory, you know, of a reflective Earth. There's an I believe from my studies on sacred geometry, electromagnetic flows, and the fractal nature of our universe. I've got a theory that there's a paradoxical Earth below the Earth that we live on. That's just my opinion, but I would wonder what the panel thought about the hollow Earth theories, basically. Cheers, man.
Thoughts, anyone? I got thoughts, but
I mean, I think it's not hollow, but there are a lot of underground bases.
Why do you think it's not hollow though? Like, is it a possibility or it's not a possibility?
I just don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think if we look at electromagnetism at scale, right, how it scales from small to large, I think that would elucidate one way or the other what shape the Earth might be. You know, how it organizes matter.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've been studying this shit for about 4 years, electromagnetism and the as above, so below sort of hermetic doctrines. And you know, I've been studying the pulsing and contracting and expanding ratios that exist within the electromagnetic pulses. And what I believe, you know, is as above, so below, is that we're in a kind of a multi-dimensional looping pulse, where there's no real sort of spatial, like the way they explain it with the centric, geocentric, heliocentric model, etc. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I believe the Earth. I believe the Earth is 100% it's a geocentric universe, but I don't know. I'm not sure about the shape. I think the shape is kind of like, I don't know if you've ever heard of a Klein bottle. It's not a donut. It's not a globe. It's a weird fucking shape, kind of holographic. It kind of loops back into itself. So I've got a kind of you heard of that shit, yeah?
I don't know if it's the same thing, but I do know that there's like a toroidal kind of shape that it's kind of like a sphere on the outside, but then it loops back on itself and it forms this other interior area as well. I don't know if that's what you're talking about though. Is that along the same lines or no?
Yeah, exactly. But you know, I'm sort of where I study in time. I do a lot of work in the financial charts, and I study charts, and I see this fractal nature of expansion and contraction in the charts, and you can apply that to time. You know, so time is kind of fucking. It's really fucking weird to explain. But you know, you've got when we look up at the stars, the precession of the equinoxes goes in reverse, like the zodiac signs go in reverse to the monthly zodiacs. Yeah, so you've got one going in a clockwise direction, and then the precession of the equinoxes traverses in the opposite direction. Well, my philosophy is that we're actually both are moving in the same direction, but we are spinning at a much greater rate than the celestial bodies. So because of that, it gives the illusion that the equinoxes are proceeding in a reverse rotation, but they're not. They're actually just moving much slower than we are in a sort of spin, this vortexual spin. And like, to give you a visualization of what I mean, I know when you were kids, we used to put like a fucking button on a piece of string and we'd start spinning it, and then we'd pull the string and it would rotate at a massive speed, you know, in the center. And I think that's the kind of structure of our reality, where you've got this like cylindrical flow of electromagnetism up and down, and Earth is the plane that's created in the middle by the spin. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
So wouldn't that be at the domain block wall, and that where it would be a plane rather than a sphere?
Well, yeah, I do believe it's some kind of a plane, but I think it bends and it sort of pulses. It's not a static thing. It's something that's constantly in flux. You know, it's constantly changing with time, space. Everything is pulsing and contracting and expanding from the micro to the macro. It's so weird to explain, but I see it in charts and a two-dimensional representation of millions of people trading. I see these fractals occurring, you know, and it's in flux constantly. So if I can see the evidence of that on a model of data, I don't see why it wouldn't be happening in reality. And you know, but just this like, I'm not saying that the fucking Earth is spinning as physically spinning as such. I'm saying that the relativity of the movement of the stars because everything's vortex, everything is vortexual, yeah, and it's a triple, three vortexes interacting with each other, and that's why they get this 666 narrative, because you've got three Fibonacci spirals moving around a mean, an extreme expansion, and an extreme contraction. So you've got these three vortexes interacting with each other, and on the macro, it's pretty stable because it's a much slower movement. But on the micro, you get many more vortex. So if you consider human beings to be a vortex of electromagnetism, you've got 8 billion of us in this realm, and we're all vortexes, electromagnetic vortexes interacting with each other, and this just causes like it seems to be chaos, but it's not. It's a sort of a battle for dominance. That's the way I see it in financial charts, and I just believe that runs right the way through every aspect of our reality in some form. I'm gonna stick something up in the on the purple pill, because I took the fractal of the Mandelbrot set recently, and what I did, I rotated it 180 degrees, and then I put it as a reflection, and then I added electronic flows. Yeah, and I added the Fibonacci sequence. So I'm going to drop that in the purple pill. You take a look at that and tell me what you think.
You filmed it?
Cool, man. That sounds dope.
No, I just made like a model of how I see, you know, from the Mandelbrot, the fractal aspect of our existence, of our reality. I fuck around with these ratios, and I added it to the Mandelbrot set. So I'm just gonna pop it in there. Take a look, man. It's it looks pretty dope anyway.
Yeah, fractal geometry definitely plays a role in the development of matter somehow. But we got a bunch of hands. Who's next?
Facing was next.
Okay, facing.
Thank you guys for everything you guys are doing, and happy 100th anniversary or whatnot. I'm going to step out and get some stuff done today, but I might still listen a little bit. But I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the conversation, because it's lovely to have such a high level conversation to tap into. We really need it, and it's much appreciated.
Nice. What up, level heads?
Appreciate you coming
Congrats,
through.
100 episode. Let's freaking go. Golly. What up, fam?
Feels surreal.
Insane. Like,
We got
truly
talking about
insane.
it. And
And I love to see that all the OGs that I know from 5, 6 years ago are all of a sudden now in your guys' space. Yeah. Amazing. Congrats. Well done.
yes.
Yo, facing. What up, bro?
Boss.
What up? What up? I doing? Damn! I wish I could have joined yesterday, but I was so busy. And luckily, you always go into stationary Saturday, so I knew I was good.
Yes, sir. And you wasn't the first one to say that either. A couple people said that they had a couple things going on last night. We did start a little bit late, but we had to keep it open for you, bruh.
Yeah, boy. Let's go.
That's my guy, man. Hey, Facing been rocking with us for such a long time too, man. That's what he was just saying. Like, a lot of the level heads been here since like the beginning. Some of y'all come in here, brand new. But we ain't changed one bit. We here doing the same thing. Just raising the level of conversation, meeting new people, extracting more value. And it's just dope to see us move this far. So shout out to you, bro, for pulling up 100 straight.
Yeah. I can't remember when I came in, but I would say it was episode between 9 and 13. I think I found you guys.
Early.
Early. I never left.
Nah, I think Facing was here before Proud.
Really?
Now that's OG.
I couldn't believe that there was something like that on Twitter Spaces, because I was pretty early on Twitter Spaces, but then in crypto. And then all of a sudden this came along and I was like, oh yeah, I need to jump in that one. I hadn't talked about Flat Earth for years. And I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, you both did a great job, man. The production, the consistency, the depth of discussions, the truly dissecting everything. Yeah, the way only Sacred can do it. I mean, it's been a wild journey.
Yeah, congratulations, man, on 100 shows. I've only listened to a couple, so appreciate getting the mic. But congratulations! I dropped that bit of art. I call it a bit of art. It's fucking, to me, it looks very possible, like our realm. But take a look, man.
Dope, man. Yeah, appreciate you, Psycho. We call you Psycho.
Micro psycho, bro. Just little micro psycho.
Just a little. Got you. I like that.
I mean, you got to be a little bit psycho to even entertain this topic. So,
for real.
Got to break those social norms, man.
Right?
Quote unquote norms. Hey, I remember the first time. Actually, wasn't Vin Luck? I think Vin Luck was like, "Oh, Sacred, you gotta go talk to my man Facing."
Vin Luck. Oh yeah, what a legend! What a legend!
Shout out to Vin. I haven't seen him in a.
Yeah, same. Well, I talk to him every now and then in private chat, but not that often. We're all so busy building our own future. So yeah. Because the government ain't gonna give it to you. So if you want something, go get for it.
Thanks. Yeah, shout out to him for making that connection. Ever since then, Facing ain't never left.
Nope.
Took a little break and said, "Hey, I'm right back with it. What up?"
Oh yeah. I mean, back then it was turning so incredibly toxic. It was no fun, man. We were literally getting death threats. I was literally called at my business, people telling me, "Do you know you have a flat earther in working with you?" I said, "Yeah, that's me. I'm the owner of the business. Now get the fuck out." It's insane. It's insane. The things that we had to endure back
Yo,
then.
that's crazy.
Dude, you have no idea. Like literally schools were phone called because they find out everything about you. And then literally would tell the schools that there are kids there that believe in flat earth. It's insane the levels that these guys go through. It's not even, could we even call it human?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. There's been a couple good conversations, like, throughout the weeks, throughout the months, damn near years at this point. And those are the ones I try to focus on. We got a couple good ones tonight too. But it could get really crazy sometimes. I ain't gonna lie to you.
What's the hot topic of today, or the main discussion, even though they could never deviate from the two known ones?
It is the Platinum Plane Awards. We was handing out awards, but I mean, we just started getting into so much different conversation. We kind of took a little bit of a deviation from it, but we still got something to hand out.
I still love the flat universe. That every time it cracks me up. Wait, you don't believe it could be flat? You do realize the universe is flat, no? It's so funny, man.
And a lot of people don't know that, though. A lot of people don't know, like, that's the current claim. They don't grasp the distances that they put things at. It's wild, man. Really wild.
I mean, it's perfectly normal to get a $500 camera and then zoom in to full high detail on something that supposedly is 300,000+ miles away. So, I mean, it's perfectly normal, man.
Well, not anymore, because they took those cameras away that let you see long distance. Like, they did a deal with the space agency, so it's gonna make it a little bit difficult.
After, just a coinky dink. Dude, they did the same thing with the 900 back then. I believe after a year the thing was out, they already started to showing signs. Oh, we're not going to support this anymore. And then there was a period you couldn't even buy them. And then they had to reinstate them. And now we had the same issue with the P1000. Dude, it's so funny. But then again, they all did it with a toilet paper roll with 2 pieces of glass in it and proved everything. So, yeah.
Science, bro.
Yeah, it's also interesting about these solar flares that have been going off at exactly the time that they're firing up HARP. You know, like the 8th to the 10th, HARP did a massive fire up, and then we're getting all these so-called fucking flares that are taking 2 or 3 days. They're telling you 3 days before they hit. And then the HARP fires up, and we get all this aurora borealis bullshit, you know. And the sun is obviously not fucking 8 billion years. Was it 98 million miles away, and it's fucking not the center of our solar system either. I don't believe that. The more research I do, reality is the combined creation of all of our minds. That's my belief. I've been researching Walter Russell. I don't know if anybody heard of Walter Russell. His shit is incredible, man. And I was researching that back in the 80s.
True physics.
Yeah, man, it's electromagnetic. Come on, it's so fucking obvious. And that guy was like a genius. And his information's been suppressed, as like Tesla's stuff was suppressed. You know, so it's so fucking obvious at this point. You know, and it just shows you the depth of the indoctrination when you try and have a simple discussion between somebody that is absolutely 100% nailed to the scientific narrative. You just can't break through. They let people up.
Didn't you get the memo? When you're watching NASCAR, you're not watching cars go around. They are actually standing still. It's the whole tribune that you're sitting in that is spinning.
But it's so disheartening. Like you can't even sort of sit down with someone. Instantly, it's that cognitive dissonance shut down. You know, and not to me, the fucking globe model is the ultimate psyop because everything literally revolves around it. You know.
It's the all-encompassing one, yeah. And it wasn't even the first one I got in. It was actually the last one. So when I started after, pretty much everybody at 9/11, I started with the banking hoax, the insurance hoax, and then everything came to another. And then the last one I got into was literally flat Earth. And once you realize that one, it's like, oh my God, all the others don't really. I'm not gonna say they don't mean nothing, but it's once you get flat Earth, all the other ones just fall in their place. So if you can convince them about flat Earth, you don't have to explain all the other things. They will accept it instantly because that penny dropped in their head.
Well, it's like I was sort of I've been really looking into the electromagnetic aspect. Oh, fuck! I just lost my train of thought. Carry on, myself. It's going to come back.
Yeah. I keep on. So the past 2 weeks, I've been thinking a lot about that. The memory of the ether. I don't know how we came up to that, but it's been spinning in my head for a long time. So the way they always duct tape their belief systems on reality. What if they were constantly? So they always talk about the background radiation, the static noise that they try to figure out what happened a long time ago. What if what they describe as the background mediation is actually the ether? And if they get the chance to tap into the information that got into the ether that is still there, you will have all the knowledge of the world.
That's it. It's come back to me. So I would like you look at the sorry to interrupt, brother. You look at the three main religions of the world. Yeah. So you got the Hindu religion, and their symbol is the wheel of life. Yeah. So it's a circle. Yeah. And then you got Christianity, and Christianity is based upon the trilogy, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So that's a triangle. That's a trilogy. Yeah. It's a triangle. And then you got Islam. Islam is based has got the cube, the black cube, as the sort of shape that they walk around that fucking big black cube in Mecca. So you got the triangle, you got the circle, and the square. Now the triangle, the circle, and the square combined, they make up the sacred geometry. Every shape comes from the geometry of a triangle.
Icosahedron, yes.
Yeah, and then you've got Judaism in the center. When you combine all of those, you get the Megatron, which is the tree of life, which is a crystal. So if you look at religion, this is how they control people. They keep us in a prism, not a prison, a prism, and everything is reflected back in. So it's like a trapezium. It's a trap. Everything's based on sacred geometry. And if you look into more into I don't know if you've heard of the Baghdad battery. It's where you've got cathode, anode, and salt water. Well, I looked at the etymology of the word cathode, and cathode means the way down. So if you think of like the Catholics and all of these Tartarian fucking architecture that exists right the way across the world in every country. And they've got cymatic resonance built into the structures, and matter reflects the shape of matter reflects a resonance. So it's a two-way passage. One reflects and one creates. But anode. So you got anode and cathode, and that's where cathode is where Catholicism comes from. Means the way down, and anode means the way up. So this is proving this pulsing directional current above and below, and it kind of correlates to like what that Mandelbrot diagram I put in the purple pill. So you've got electricity and anode. If you think of anode, I mean we can go really deep here down the rabbit hole, but Anu was the king god of the Anunnaki. Yeah, so you've got anode, and then you've got Catholic, cathode. I just think there's so many correlations here. And then you look at all the major religions, and you've got the square, the circle, and the square, the circle, and the triangle, which are the basic blocks of all matter and reality. So I'll just keep digging down these fucking roads. I find so many correlations.
Yeah, man, don't stop.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I don't know who is next. I'm sorry, my bad, y'all. Was
It's
it
either
all right?
Xavier or Lily, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, actually, still ain't go? Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, I'm looking for something to put in the nest so any one of us can go. And I noticed Uncle stopped by. It wouldn't be 100th episode without him going off on the JQ. Don't get us banned, homie. Don't get us banned.
I'll totally skim over that. I won't even mention it. But I noticed when Keon was asked, what would it take for you to budge from your round Earth thing? And he twice, at least, maybe 3 times said, well, I believe, and see, the thing is, if everyone believes X, that doesn't make X true. So what's going on within each person is an ego and a belief system. And to even begin to consider new things, you have to defeat your belief system and your ego with your courage and your intellect. And some people do not possess enough courage and intellect to overcome their ego and beliefs. And it's as simple as that. So it's not an argument between a Bali and a Laddie. It's an argument within a Bali that lets them consider objectively examining new information or not.
Hey, that's an interesting point, but I'm gonna shoot Keon a little bit of bail because I would rather a globe earther tell me honestly that, hey, this is just my belief, than sit in my face, act like they know everything, and say this is a fact. So, to be honest, even though he is saying, hey, it's a globe, I just believe it is. I mean, I got to take that for what it is. It's just a belief, and that's cool as long as they admit that.
Yeah, it's telling. It's telling.
It's the first step in the right direction. Is what I'm saying.
Just being here and being cordial and civil is the good first step.
Very true. He actually won one of the awards.
The bars in hell.
Say it again, bro.
Wait, Keon won the award?
Civil and having a conversation is the good first step. Then the bar is in hell for us, y'all.
Oh no.
Yeah, Saker, you said Keon won an award?
Yeah, so I gotta if I go to my pin tweet, or I don't even know, you might have to clear this jumbo, but
oh man, I missed it.
There's like a thread of polls that we put out before we went live for voting. So we've been trying to like pass some of these out, but we didn't really get to the rest of them yet. But yeah, you can go through some of the polls and you might try to double back to that. Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, go check that out. Go check out my pin tweet, y'all.
Yep.
Excuse me. How to request to talk? I don't know. Somebody give me a mic, but I don't know how to request. Like raise hand.
Are you on a mobile or are you on PC?
Yes, I'm in iPhone, but this is first time in Spaces. First time talk to like a flat Earth community or movement.
Hey, welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. Well, it's stationary Saturdays now, but appreciate you joining. So, if you look at your mobile device, you should have like a heart shape or some type of emojis. You see something like that?
Yes.
So, if you look all the way to the right,
No, it's
you see
down.
like what does it look like? It should just have like some emojis, and you should be able to throw your
Like
hand up.
this one.
Oh, that's a soundboard. Y'all got my.
Anyway, do I am allowed to talk now?
Well, it was Leliana. So let's do this. You want to go to Leliana first, and then we'll swing back to you, AR.
No problem.
I won't forget. I see you.
No problem.
I thought Nathaniel's hand was up before mine, so.
Oh, I must be messing up the rotation. Proud, save me.
Yeah. Hey Nathaniel, hey, just heads up, when you go into spaces with no profile picture, some people think you like might be like a bot or something. But what's going on? Happy stationary Saturday.
Oh, yeah, actually it's about to be hit Sunday where I I okay, wanted to because because it was too bit. I guess I would mention this something I talked about a few hours ago. But I have people measured found discrepancies in land area that's sort of like in northern are people measuring that there's less land than there should be in northern countries, like more land in southern countries, like it's not really matching what the land area isn't matching the area that they say is on the globe, in the globe model.
I am not sure I fully understood that. You want to ask that one more time?
Why we feel like there's discrepancies with like land sizes because something has happened either in the
Yeah,
north or the south.
have people actually noticed it as in that they've gone out in the land.
If you're talking about like outside of magnetic declination, I don't know.
I know Captain Cook sailed for 2 years and over 65,000 miles and still didn't get round Antarctica. So that's a fact.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if the southern hemisphere doesn't converge into a ball like it should, then that's like a red flag to us. And what we say, or it shows proof to what we say is happening in the southernmost regions versus a globe.
Oh, because I also need to get just noticed that I think Eric Debay just posted another video and just it's good. It's just hit. I think it's just footage of at 20 miles up, and then it's just showing that it's flat from. Also, what I noticed is that you have a weather balloon going straight across. You shouldn't be able to see the sun from if it was really 93 million miles away. Wouldn't because it would be like if you have a camera looking across the Earth. I mean, how could you see the ground and the sun in the same picture? Because it shouldn't just be that the camera's looking across, and then you see the sunlight, but then should the sun be just be in the globe world? Should the sun be just too far away to be able to see it in the same picture? I mean, particularly when it's like in the middle of the day or something.
It's kind of hard for me to hear what you're saying. I'm sorry, my bad, bro.
Oh, sorry.
It sounds like you're asking about light attenuation. Oh, I'll let you go ahead.
I just say that well, what you shouldn't. I think that's so because you can see the sun and the ground when you're looking across. Well, but that just disprove the sun being that as far away as they say it is, because I think we shouldn't be able to see it.
Oh, if it was at that distance, then we wouldn't see it.
Yeah.
If it was truly at 93 million miles away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, man. They also have this other thing real quick too before we get to the hands. What is it called? I think Olber's paradox. But it said if there were as many stars and suns as they say it was in the fashion that they say it's supposed to happen. I got those scales and as many as those stars that they say is there, those suns. The whole universe should be lit up. Now, don't know how true that is, but it is called the Olber's paradox. How do you spell that? Olbers. Add a little contrast, but that's interesting.
Right. It would essentially be too bright for darkness to exist.
Right. Like it would be like a star or something like every single point, basically. I think they try to explain that away, maybe through like expanding space or something, saying, hey, well, we can't really shine anything off of anything in space because it's a vacuum, but
That's the paradox about quote unquote space that I don't understand. If it's being affected by gravity at all points, how is there points that gravity doesn't exist or doesn't have effect on things out there? Like I never understood that part of it.
In regard to what, Proud Light?
I think just objects of mass in general, right?
Are you talking about me? Oh yeah, like once I learned about like the Hill sphere and gravity wells, I was like confused. I just was like completely like stuck. If gravitational forces is always acting on mass and space, how are there still places where it's not overcome but it's still affected? It's like it skips basically, and that just doesn't make no sense to me. There's skip zones in space.
Skip zones.
Yeah.
Are there places where no, I don't think you can logically see stars in the daytime. Now it has to be a sort of twilight where that'll allow.
Twilight, definitely.
I was talking to an astrologer recently, and like when they sort of try and predict things based upon when such and such is in the house of such and such, etc. And I said, well, like if you're in Australia and you're standing on a ball, then how do you study the same sky? And it's like all these models that they've got. Obviously they're interacting orbits, but how do you? I said, how do you see that if you're in Australia? How do you see the northern skies? And she goes, it goes to east to west. It goes east to west. I said, yeah, but if you're standing on the underside of a ball, how on earth, like literally, how on earth do you have the corridor of vision to see the zodiac signs in the same way that somebody in the northern hemisphere would? Surely, if you're You know, I know we all know in the globe model the Earth is supposedly on an axis and it oscillates, which would cause a different visual corridor anyway. But if you're on the underside, how do you see the visual corridor of somebody on the opposite side? It just doesn't make sense, you know. And they only consider east to west rotation. Like I said, if there's no vertical rotation, then how the fuck do you see the same sky? You can't. So how do you apply astrological models and prediction when you can't even see the sky from the southern hemisphere? You know.
Hold on, you mean the northern sky? They do have a sky out there, bro.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is, if you're supposedly in Australia and someone else is opposingly in England, they'd be looking at the northern hemisphere, celestial hemisphere, and then the person below on the globe model would be looking at the southern celestial hemisphere. So you're looking in completely opposite directions. So how do you see the same rotational zodiacs as in the north? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, just on that basis alone, you can categorically state that we don't live on a globe.
I don't know if I'm fully following, because I don't know if the globe actually makes that claim. They claim that the stars are different and it's a different rotation. And it is a different rotation in the southern. I don't know if they see the same stars.
But I mean, when you look at astrology, they'll say, "Oh, you were born here, and you're on this date, so your sun is in the moon, or is in Venus, or whatever, blah blah blah." You know, these celestial occurrences. But if your point of perception is in a completely opposite orientation, it's impossible that you can say those aspects are the same, no matter where you are standing on the orientation of a ball. It just wouldn't make any sense. It would only make sense if you were looking from the same visual corridor, i.e., a flat plane looking upwards. You know.
I'm gonna have to give that one a little bit more thought, bro. Not gonna lie, unless somebody else want to chime in on that. Liliana, you want to slide in here while Mr. X gets situated?
Yeah, I never understood how in those time-lapse videos of the star trails, so it makes sense if the Earth was literally just, even if it was a globe, if it was just standing still and spinning on its axis in one spot, right? But supposedly we're also orbiting the sun at what, 67,000 miles per hour. So I don't understand how you get these perfect circles, around Polaris and all that, of the star trails, because it seems like those star trails would have to get distorted because of, us moving so fast, orbiting the sun. And then also, of course, going along with the sun as we're orbiting the Milky Way galaxy. So it seems like it wouldn't make these time-lapse, perfectly round circles, of the star trails. So I always found that really confusing and weird.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I'm making. When you look at Polaris and you do a time lapse around Polaris, all the complete rotation of the heavens is literally, is circular around Polaris, and that is absolute proof, that it's a stationary we're at a stationary point and the heavens are rotating literally at one point, which is the pole star. There's no other way you could get a time lapse so perfectly circular and not moving, by the way, from all the history of observable, using telescopes, etc., or whenever. Even the Vedic symbol of the swastika is a representation of the Great Bear rotating around Polaris. So this is not just a recent phenomenon of static rotation around the pole star. This goes back to the origins of humanity. The Vedic symbols are some of the oldest symbols on Earth, and they're not just in the Vedas, but from a northern hemisphere perspective, the swastika is literally a representation of the Great Bear, or whatever you want to call it, the Big Dipper, rotation around the pole star.
On top of observation, wait till you find out they actually measured it stationary.
Come on, the real answer is you don't understand scale.
You silly flurf.
Hey, since AR, you're new, you could go ahead and take my turn out. I'll go after you. Welcome, by the way.
Oh, and he knew how to put his hand up. My man, AR.
Yes, hello.
Let's go. So you're a globe earther, and this is your first time interacting in
Never believe in globe. First of all, the language is not my mother tongue. So if somebody, I admit my English is slow. I am Arabian. I am from Saudi Arabia. Never believe in globe. I think this movement of, I call it awakening of Western people to the facts of life. See, let's put some bottom lines here. We Arabs and Muslims, especially Arabs, we conquered the world for maybe 1,000 years. This is dismissed by Western culture in general. I don't know why, but this is what I noticed, even in the scale of societies. Not elite only, not governments only. So what's special at that time, at this 1,000 year or less, that we have history and we have a unique language, preserve history. We know this, what we read in some, what you call that, it's not book, it is a ruled paper. I think you call it, I don't know what you call it. Anyhow, this kind of Arabic written, we can call. We know when exactly it is written with this shape. So we have very, very clear history. We know it is accurate, and this history show us that the scientists, nobody say that the Earth is a spherical or a sphere, and whatever written after that or translated, they manipulate the translation. Who want to change, manipulate the translation. And we can all agree that there is a force on the world manipulate everything. I believe it is a Satan himself. What we believe that he is very old person, thousands of years, maybe hundreds of thousands of years old. We don't know, but we know he is alive. He's a live creature. He's alive for thousands of years, and this allowed him to collect information for centuries. So he is the grand player in the world now, and who is follow him and worship him, get the fame, get the rich, get to be the controllers, what you call controllers. Anyhow, this is as a bottom line. What we believe the manipulation of the shape of the earth. Even the Muslim scholars, it's written in a history books, in a history books, that they think the earth is a stationary, half of a sphere, and it's above water. So it is very, very different shape of what people now say. That Muslims also say that the earth is a sphere. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Still connected.
Yes, sir. We hear you.
So this is what I think. The translation and the ignoring of that time of the period of time from after the Europe Revolution, Industrial Revolution, and they took all the books, they took all the history, and they have the time to manipulate after the conquer of British people, which I call pirates, the biggest pirates in the world, and they change everything. They have the time to manipulate and change the history. As recently people talk about the fossil, the mud flood and the Tartarian, and we have the history. It's written. Tartaria is a force, is a destruction force, not a civilization. They destroyed Baghdad. If you read history, they destroyed Baghdad. They destroyed the library of Baghdad. They threw the books in the river, and it's become dark, become black for months. So there is a manipulation, very big manipulation happened at that time, and I believe, my theory, what you find in the cities, old buildings in the cities, in the Europe or America, it is old, but it's not this Tataria or so. So it's old, but it is a civilization. So this is my opinion, and I have another thoughts, but maybe for another time.
Yeah, bro, that's deep. We talk about that all the time. Like, a lot of the ancient civilizations all had a different view on the earth, right?
Excuse me?
Ancient civilizations had a different view on the earth?
No, everybody everybody written in the history. We have history. You know what I'm telling you. Our language preserve the time. I mean, you cannot find when I see a scripture, I know this is written maybe before 600 years. I know for sure. Nobody can manipulate that. It's what is written in Arabic cannot be manipulated, because the shape is like developed by time. The shape of the written, how they write Arabic language. It is something preserve the history. It cannot be manipulated. We know that after 100 years, nobody write the letters like this. This is for sure. We know. We have some books. It's related to religion, to Quran, and what we call Hadith. We know what time is this written. For sure, this is without any doubt. So this is preserved history. So when we said that nobody believed that the Earth is a sphere before Copernicus, we know this is for sure. There's nobody believe in any sphere or space before this guy Copernicus, before 16th or 15th century in Europe. When they kick the Muslims from Andalusia, from Spain, they have a huge books. And who took that books? The church, the Catholic Church. They took all the books to Rome, and they control what to translate and how to translate. And in the same period of time, the force of the Tataria destroy Baghdad and destroy the library, destroy the millions of books. So they have a golden chance to change the history, to change the way of understanding the reality. This is what happened, and from that time they change whatever they want to change. Everybody know the story of Galileo, that he said that the Earth is a sphere, and the church put him in prison and punish him. And after that time, in the same time of history, the church itself came with the idea of space and Big Bang. This is contradiction, right?
Well, I think it was actually Copernicus who came up with a geocentric model. But you're right. I mean, all of the science of today all comes out of the Royal Society in the UK, in Britain, and every single deep dive into every single aspect of science is all controlled by the Royal Society, which is obviously all fully controlled by the Masons, by the Scottish Rites, which are based in Scotland. So, but yeah, so, but I mean, you know, it's interesting you're talking about Tartaria and it being a negative force, because they do, you know, and also the satanic doctrine is to turn everything upside down. So whatever is the truth, they reverse it. You know, it's completely reversed. Whether it's words, numbers, etc., everything is reversed and turned in the opposite direction.
You see the maps. The maps show
the religions of the world. And I spoke about the square, the circle, and the triangle. Well, if you think about the cube has 6 faces. The triangle has 3 sides, and the circle has 360 degrees, which is numerologically a 9. So in the square, the circle, and the triangle, you get 3, 6, and 9, which is Tesla's statement. If you understand 3, 6, and 9, you understand the universe.
Sorry, I cannot follow this geometry, and I cannot follow this. My mind cannot follow this number. But what I am, I'll give you examples how the reserve of the history in our language. reserves some things. No doubt, it is a very clear evidence that the Earth never been called a sphere. See, like in our prophet prophecies, he said the time will come, and there is a eruption of a volcano in Hijaz area, and the light of that eruption will be seen in city of Basra. This is in Levit, you call it, we call Syria now, the Syria area. It's 900 kilometers between the two places. It cannot be seen if the Earth is a sphere. And it's happened. And it is written in history. It's happened in, I think, I know the history of Hijri, we call Hijri, the migration of the Prophet from Mecca to Medina. We have that as a history, not AD. So we know exactly it has happened and it is written. So it is, it's clear for us. And the evidence now, what I am following from 2014, Globebusters and Mr. David Wise, and we don't base it on belief. Me especially, I don't base it on belief. I do myself some, what do you call that? Some observation.
Research.
Like if you go outside of the cities before the sunrise, you will see a very different light. It is white light. We call that daylight. It is nothing to do with the sun. See? And many other things we can see too far. All that evidences, I do it myself. I have a telescope, I have this camera, B1000. So it is not based on belief. But the belief, the history, what I told you we have, is very accurate. It's no doubt, it cannot be manipulated. The history in Arabic language cannot be manipulated ever, especially the old way of written. The old way of written the Arabic language. It cannot be manipulated because it is developed on time. Nobody will write in the same way after 100 years. Nobody can do it. So it cannot be changed. And unfortunately, this all
real quick. Let me ask you before we go over to Mr. Xavier. If they're doing all of this to manipulate the history, to kind of change the views on the world, what do you believe that they're ultimately trying to hide?
It is control, conquer and control. It's control on minds. Because if you open your mind, you will find that this life it is exam for a human being. It's examination. You have to know yourself. You have to know what is the bottom line in this life. You do good deed. You believe in one God. You believe that there is only one God worth of worship. My name is Abdul Rahman. It means the custodian of the most compassion. So you see, in our language, it's connected to the spiritual, to the religion, but it is not like what propaganda say. We don't want to conquer the world, we want the people know. We want the people know what is the truth. what is the purpose of life? We have this compassion of let people know what we know and what history preserved to us. But it is need of, it is hard for none. I know for sure. I know it is like now I am trying to get you to explain to you in your language, but it is difficult for me. Even I know
You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great
understand
job.
whatever you said, but I cannot say it with your way of talking. You know, the culture is different. And I know it is difficult. If it is difficult to me, and the English is the easiest language on earth. My study, I have a bachelor degree in Arabic language, in literal language. So I know it is very difficult. But this is, if you want to know, you have to go to you have to put effort, give time to, and it is difficult. I know it is difficult.
Nah, you good, bro. You're doing a great job. But so you would say that they may be hiding our purpose?
Yes, this is the main goal for Satan, what you call Satan, we call Iblis. The main goal, he gave a promise when Adam created, and the God, the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say to the all creation, bow down to my creation. And Iblis refused. He said, I am better than him. He used the language. He used, I'm sorry, he used the logic. The fire is higher than mud. It is logically, but now you are not obedient. See, from here, this is the start. This is what we believe. How this conflict started. I am better than him. Now whites, they said we better than those black. Educated people think they are better than ignorant, but nobody wants to put the effort. You know, the societies. What I think Elon said sometime, if you want to become a millionaire, you have to make something that people get more lazy. This is the nature of people. They don't want to put.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So, last two questions, right? I know I said that a couple times, right? Keep capping. But do you know any Arabic globe earthers? And if you
Yes,
do,
many, yes, the scholars even.
Will you bring them back over here to Flat Earth Friday so we can talk to them?
No. See, the issue.
Don't get on Twitter, AR. Come on now.
See, some people, you know, the issue of the flat Earth and the globe is now. If mostly the educated people, they know the truth. They know for sure. They know, but they cannot say. It is against their interest. Most of the people you hear before maybe a few months, they said some Emirates guys, some Saudi guys, they go to the space, and we know they are liars. We know for sure they are lying from their faces. They are not taking serious, but you know, it's acting. It is sort of acting, like American astronauts, all acting. The controllers need this to be continue. It will continue. Unless,
can I?
Hold on one second, Micro, because we do got a couple hands. But I do want to say, AR, you are a very wise man, and
thank you very much.
I appreciate you coming to speak over here, and hopefully you'll continue to come back, man.
I follow this movement for 10 years now. From 2014.
Okay, you OG
I
flat
learned
Earth.
so much things. Thank
That's
you very
called
much.
that's called
I want to
OG.
take the.
Look,
I
I'm
want
gonna
to
teach
take
you
the.
something. I'm gonna teach you something. It's called OG.
Sorry.
I'm gonna teach you something. It's called OG. You are OG.
What do you mean by this OG?
14 years. I mean, you have plenty time in it. Experience.
Yeah. It's. I know
AR the
before that.
OG.
You see, if I came before 2014 and tell the Western people, the Earth is flat. I did it in forum before this social media, and people mocking me, and I know this is difficult for people to understand. It is difficult, but I want to take this opportunity to thank David Wise and Whitsitt. I follow Whitsitt for his journey in USA, and Jaron Campanella. Those people, the frontiers. What if you call those people is the frontiers? They took the heat, the first heat, and I want to thank them. Even my language become better. I never leave the Saudi Arabia, so I didn't. I don't have a professional English teaching. Only from hearing. So I want to thank them, and I am continually following.
Hey, brother, Abdul Rahman, sorry, really quickly. Yeah, I hope that you come back because I really value your insights, and I want to get some more of the Arabic insights because I think you're right. They did preserve a lot of the older knowledge, so I hope that you will return. I
I
really
am always here.
enjoyed having you here, and your English is really good.
Thank you very much. I am always here, and this the time. I know the time it is different. This space called Flat Earth Fridays. It is Saturday here, and it is now 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's stationary Saturday.
So I am following. Don't worry, I am here always, every day. I am free. I don't have work now on those days, so I am following.
My man. Well, rest up, man. We appreciate you. Hang around. We still live. And did great, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, share with us more Arabic knowledge about Flat Earth.
I will try to share the old scriptures. What we clear my point of how the Arabic language is reserved, the history, the what is written before 700 years. We know for sure it is before 700 years. It cannot be before 600 years. You see, there is a development of the way of writing. It cannot be manipulated. It is like near to the impossible to manipulate it. If you find the old scriptures, and it's available. If you go to the University of King Saud, they have website and they have that all preserved scriptures. And there is another site. If I can put now in. There is another library. It's a digital library. I will put the website now on chat here.
Hey,
And,
last thing before you go, AR, you got to teach all of us how to say flat earth in Arabic.
الأرض مسطحة.
Oh yeah, الأرض مسطحة.
Yes.
Nice with it. Nice with it.
Thank you very much. I am listening now.
Shout out to AR.
Thank you.
That was good. And one thing I wanted to touch on what AR said before I go into what I'm going to get into is that there are people who serve Satan, whether you want to call it Satan or whatever religion name for it. You talked about bombs over Baghdad, and there are those who believe that Iraq was invaded for primary water, aside from the fake nuclear weapons that they were supposedly looking for. Primary water, we've heard that before. There were some deep sea divers that said they went underwater and found water underwater, if you believe it or not. And coincidentally, afterwards, they got the Kobe Bryant treatment where their helicopter or plane crashed shortly after. Now, I dare not say correlation equals causation, but it is something to put in the back of our minds. There are those who serve evil. We don't have to call it Illuminati, Freemason, or Talmudic devils. Our friend Uncle said we get bogged down in the names and we start fighting on who's the names, where we just come to the common denominator. There are those who serve deception, and we know that for a fact. But earlier, I want to touch upon an earlier build between Ken, D3, Holistic, and Jennifer, I believe, and that was her name. That was such a good build back and forth. I was just cheesing on how you guys are just deconstructing modern science. And it just reminded me what Proud said one time, that we came a long way from we see too far to now dismantling their whole paradigm. I think that was dope. That was real dope. And I wanted to not pass by what D3 says. D3 said something really important, and I put it in the nest. It's 4 from the last one from now, is what does it mean to supersede, right? If the science that was established as substantiated is now superseded, what does that mean? That you have more accurate math. So what does that mean about the old math? I thought that was substantiated. You can't have it both be substantiated and superseded. You know what I mean? What are we doing here? Is it empirical measurement? Somebody said observation is key. He doesn't believe. That's good. But are we living that in the science community? What does that mean when it's been superseded? It's somewhat true. It's, we can't have it both ways. And that's a key point, right? A key point where their math, like you guys talked about, is a description of what's happening. And if it works, right? Keyword utility. Utility, what does that mean to work? What if we ask a follow-up question? What do you mean by that? Okay, you can predict the quote movement of the celestial bodies. Does that what? That works based on your prediction? You notice a pattern happening over and over. Does that what? Substantiate orbits that are moving through a 4D geodesic? That doesn't substantiate that. And if it did, and you got new math to supersede that, does that now falsify the orbits that you had? So I just wanted to put that into that, and I have another tweet after that. The latest one I put is a follow-up to a conversation Ken was having with someone, and he brought up a good quote where if it's a lot of the experiments that are done with light, if it's deemed that the velocity of light is dependent on source, that falsifies their entire paradigm. And I kind of focused on attenuation. Attenuation is the intensity of light decreasing over distance. Now, wait a minute. That's interesting. Let's think about that core philosophy. If energy is mass times c squared in a vacuum, and attenuation exists, how can that be? If there's no change in mass, how can there be attenuation? The only thing that's left, consequently, wouldn't that be a variance in c? I mean, it's logically there, right? And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, where logic can be a useful tool. Sometimes you don't need direct measurement. Somebody was saying, well, the ether is the same way. Not really, right? I don't have direct measurement of a great-great-great-great-grandmother, but I know that's a necessary antecedent to my existence. I know I had a great-great-great-great-grandmother. I don't need to find records of birth certificates, et cetera, to know that she existed. It's a necessary antecedent of my existence. So thank you.
My bad, X. I'm spamming them hundreds. My bad, X. I'm spamming them hundreds.
Oh, okay, my bad. No, you good. Good. Spam them 100 episodes, bro. That's the theme of the night. Spam them joints. Nah, but yeah. So that's it. You got to understand that not everything has to be measured directly, and that theme that they have with prediction is something that needs to be talked about, right? They say it works, but science is not about utility. Science is about substantiating physics, physical reality, right? I put something new in the nest. So quick standard form argument. Something oscillating is indispensable to wave. If there's waving, whether it's water, sound waves, something is oscillating. That's just a fact, right? Electromagnetic waves are a type of wave, so they must be indispensable to that too, because you can have nothing oscillating. Oscillating is something that needs to happen in the physical world. So if there's something oscillating, like there is with magnetic waves, then there needs to be something oscillating, right? You can call what electromagnetic waves oscillate through. You can give it a name. You can label it ether. So if there's a necessary antecedent, like me needing a great-great-great-grandmother to exist, there's a necessary antecedent with electromagnetic waves as well. We don't need direct measurement of an ether. We just need to know that antecedent needs to be in order for the electromagnetic waves to behave how they behave. Now, an interesting point that you guys brought up earlier, that they rebrand the attributes of the ether, right? If you switch the attributes to ether to quantum foam, fields, etc., if the quantum foam and fields act in the exact same way an ether would, isn't that just rebranding? You're just rebranding. You didn't get rid of the ether, you rebranded it. And you put the attributes in different parts of scientism, so you don't have to be wrong anymore. So that's just so huge. That's a huge thing that to understand when we're having these conversations. What does that mean? Are they following the scientific method? They say they are, but are they? Right? I can be full if I eat 10 hamburgers, but that doesn't mean that I'm full that I ate 10 hamburgers. They do it backwards, right? I could have ate a whole pizza by myself. That doesn't mean I ate 10 hamburgers. And the last thing I put up on the nest that emphasizes this point is from Ken. Ken did an excellent job. If I could give this guy his own personal award about well-rounded, my man is a beast. He's a beast with logic. He's awesome in personal conversation. He could go toe-to-toe with you in the comment section if you want to get it twisted. I see him go off. Don't sleep on this Marine. He will go off on your butt, bro. Don't take his kindness for weakness. But I put something on the nest that he broke down perfectly, is the key core components of science, right? Logic and science go hand to hand. It's not that we are proving science with arguments, Franco, looking at you there and listeners. It's not that we're proving science with logic. It's science that is proven can be given a reason why it's been proven via logic. You can say why something has been substantiated. In your statement is either true or false, right? You're not proving things with arguments. You're saying why it's true via arguments. There's a slight difference, and if you look at that in the nest, it's affirming the antecedent most of the time. Most of the time is correct science. If you're affirming the antecedent, direct cause and effect. What goes on now in contemporary science is that they're affirming the consequent. That's the only thing you can do when you say prediction, because you're saying predicting what? If it's not cause and effect, what are you predicting? Ask them that. Do a follow-up question. When they say it works, okay, great, teach me. Put yourself in a subservient moment. Teach me how it works, what it works exactly. And more often than not, you will find out they are affirming the consequent, and that is fallacious. That's fallacious because it's an inductive method. An inductive method, and the last thing I'll say, is non-substantive, meaning there's no amount of white swans that you can discover to come to the conclusion that all swans are white. That's a part of Karl Popper's quote. The full quote is, not only can't you determine that all swans are white by discovering the amount of swans that you've discovered, you can't give a probability rating. You can't say there's a high probability. They're both inductive, right? Because they'll say, okay, it doesn't give it proof because there's no proof in science, but it gives credence to high probability. No, the F it don't. No, the F it don't. Because you need to, what substantiates the probability? All you're doing is taking the amount of sets of the experiments that you did to give a high probability for your confidence. It's all subjective confidence. I have high confidence that all swans are white because I did 1 million discoveries. But we know that not all swans are white. and keep that line of thinking, that Popperian falsifiability when you're having these conversations. And I'll end it there.
That was great. I really enjoyed that.
And with that being said, I'm going to present the next Platinum Playing Award to my man, Mr. Xavier, for being the most logical on Flat Earth Fridays. Clap it up. Standard form, rational arguments, great approach. My guy.
Yeah, let's give him some recognition for his how would you put it? His progress, personal growth. It seems like if you bring something up and he asks you a question about it and you think, okay, this is something he doesn't know about, it seems like it's like a week later, he's schooling you on the same damn subject. So yeah, whatever you can nominate him for that. That's yeah. He's tight, bro. He's tight.
Ken, you peeped my autism? I didn't know you peeped my autism, bro. Good looking, bro.
Yeah, while I jumped in ahead of people who probably had their hands up, I just want to speak on the Olbers paradox for a moment.
Oh, please
because
do.
I
Yeah, Ken, touch on that.
Yeah, I kind of like put it together because the first time I learned about the Olbers paradox, I knew less than what I know now, and basically it's saying that, there's something like 1 septillion suns in the universe. And Olbers paradox is basically saying with all of that light, there shouldn't be darkness. In other words, even though there's suns all the way around the globe model in every direction. So there should be light coming in from everywhere from 1 septillion sun. And I like the fact that, now we're going on about the speed of light and it's constant in all reference frames. And I didn't put it together until Xavier said that if the speed of light is dependent upon the speed of the light source, then his theory of relativity and gravity falls apart. And what I find funny is that for Olbers paradox, it's the expansion of the universe that, in other words, everything moving away from us is causing us not to get that light. So is that not affecting the speed of light? I mean, how can it not? If that's your explanation for why it's dark, why light's not getting to us, and it should be light all the way around the earth all the time, is because of expansion. That means that the light sources are expanding away from us, and that light's not reaching us, right? I mean, doesn't that make sense?
4 to 8 times faster than it can reach us. And hold on, let me just add some context when we say, what was it, sextillion?
Septillion. That's the number I've got. 1 septillion. That's like sept is like 7. So billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion. That's a lot, man. I mean, we can't even fathom a trillion that well.
That's 24 zeros.
Yeah, it's a lot, right?
Kind of makes you think like, what exactly are we looking at when we have strong telescopes that can see very far and we see more and more of them in the distance? What exactly are they? We know they're not balls of gas, right? That doesn't really make that much sense. So what the heck are they?
So what we're saying, just to clarify for everybody listening, we're not like denying the observation, but they are saying those lights in the sky is the same thing as our sun. That's the globe claim. So if that's the case, this seems to be a problem when it comes to having a septillion amount of these things in an expanding universe, accelerating 4 times the speed of light, 4 to 8 times. Bro, this is insane.
Yeah, and then the light from them all just being able to reach us, or at least a lot of them, right? I think somebody else was about to speak up. What's up?
About the sun, rays, and how you know the different, how you know that the sun is not based on gas like helium or hydrogen gases. If you have a source of light from fire, even a gas fire, like can you generate electricity by the solar panels from that? This question for David Wise, because he was in business of solar. This is experiment you can do. Can you generate by the solar panel? Can you generate electricity from light based on gas fuel?
Interesting question.
Because if the sun is a ball of gas, right? Gases.
Well, they say this plasma, gaseous, whatever the hell, but
if you have the same source here on Earth, you cannot generate electricity from light based on gases. If you ignite a fire now and bring a panel, solar panel, can you generate from the light of the fire any electricity?
Yeah, I don't think so, but I honestly don't know. You read on this?
You cannot generate electricity, but from a light of electricity source.
Interesting.
You try it. This is very simple experiment. You cannot generate any electricity from a light sourced fire. You can now have this fire in all wooden houses in Western. You have fireplace, right? You have fireplace. There is light from that fire. If you put in front of it a solar panel, it is generating electricity.
Hey, do you know what is the difference in the light from a fire to an electric source? What is the actual difference in the properties of the light?
I don't know, but what I know for sure, you have a solar panel and you have a fire. The light is only from the fire if you are in the desert, for example. Okay?
I'm about to check.
If you are in the desert and you have a fire, and there is light from the fire, and you have a solar panel.
It depends with there's a different kind of electromagnetic frequency emission.
No,
They're not all the same.
This is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is very simple. Listen. What I am saying
the
is
UV light is
very
what
simple.
powers the solar panels. It's not all the
a
light.
panel, if you have a panel, solar panel, that's from China. This very, very, very cheap one. It's about maybe $30. You can in the sunlight, it will charge your mobile by that small one, right? In the night, if you have a fire in the desert, there is only light from the fire. This solar panel will not generate from that light any electricity. This anybody can do this experiment. Thank you.
I don't know what. Al-Hakami. You see, you need to understand there's different spectrum of light. For example, visible light is not what the solar is using to generate the so-called electricity. It's the UV, the frequency range of the UV is what is used in the semiconductors to create so-called electric current flow. But also all light is not the same. For example, a laser is a type of light, but the way it works is not the same as the light from a candle. There's different mechanism of this light. Some is focused, some is radial, and this affects how they interact with things. For example, even gamma radiation is a form of light too, but the frequency in which it operates, it can damage your DNA or go through some weak walls. So, but it's still light. But you get that there's different forms of light. They don't all share the same physics. And also, you can do an experiment. You can create solar panels using LED lights. Instead of emitting light using the LED lights, you instead place the LED lights in exposure to the stars and the sun. And the lights of the sun and the stars will generate the current in the LED, and it's more powerful than the current solar panels. There are some things that we clearly do not understand. Like I'm not sure we understand how we have electric current flowing through a wire, and all these other things. We
The
can
bottom
claim we
line,
understand.
simple
Yeah?
science, simple science. The bottom line: if the sun emit the light from a gas power is burned and give us light, then any light same base gas light should generate electricity.
So I looked it up a little bit, and one of the main differences is the spectrum of light emitted by the fire. So, like, there's a small level of it that's visible, but it's emitting mostly the red spectrum of light, which isn't good for charging a solar panel. However,
believe me, this is all letter like what we said. Letters salad. What is in Wikipedia? All gibberish. It's very simple. It is very simple understanding. If the sun is a ball of gases, we should have the same. We should generate electricity from any other source. Same like what they said. They claim the sun is right, but this is not the reality. The reality is if you have a light from fire, whatever fire, gas on gas, based on gas, if you have the light from based on fire, it is not generating any electricity by solar panels.
Yeah,
whatever,
that's what I'm saying. It's
whatever
due
the
to
huge light you have, if you have a big fire, it will not. It's a like a volcano, right? Like volcano light. I mean the lava. To generate huge light, but it does not generate any electricity by solar panel. I wish somebody do this experiment.
Yeah,
Let me ask you a question.
it's red light, but so I'm just saying like why it's and then the reason is because it's the red light spectrum that's being emitted by the fire. That's why we can't do it. So you're right. Yeah, it makes total sense.
So the sun is electricity.
Hang on.
Not gases.
Okay, AR, let me ask you something. Where do you think, for example, the energy is coming in the burning wood to emit the light when you're trying to compare with the sun?
Carbon carbon base.
No, that doesn't explain where the energy is coming from.
I mean, if the sun is a burning gases.
I'm asking about the wood.
I can chime in whenever you want.
Yeah, please, Mr. Wise can add in this idea.
So I'm not an expert at this, but I was in the solar business for a long time. And we actually did try to generate a current off of a bonfire, and it didn't work no matter what we did, to the point where the panel was ready to melt. The reason, scientists don't even know how solar panels work. They have a stupid theory that a photon hits a boron molecule and it jumps out and lets an electron jump in, and it keeps repeating that and creates a current. In reality, the sun is literally a transformer sending electricity to the earth, and the solar panels are just picking it up and channeling it together. So you are right. Now, there was some tests where moonlight generates some electricity. I've never did that myself. It kind of makes sense, but it's a different type of light. But a yellow, it doesn't matter the color of the light. Solar panels work when on a cloudy day. As long as that light is coming, as long as you can see, they're going to generate electricity. Then that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Yeah, I just looked it up, and that's what I found. It says that the red. So that they're saying that the color does matter. No, I don't know.
Yeah, but wait, but they think the sun is a burning yellow ball of gas 93 million miles
Hold on.
away. Those are the same people.
I agree.
Do you mind if I read something that I think might be helpful in this situation?
Sure. I mean, what's to help? We're all in agreement.
This is no, it's not that you're in disagreement. I think it may shed some more light. That's all.
Yeah, bring it on, brother. Bring it on.
This is from a book called OASP. There's a book called Cosmogony. These are the things that it states. Yeah. Chapter 1. The same principles apply to all stars, suns, planets, and moons, differing in occurrence on account of size, motion, density, and relative place. The Earth floats in the midst of a vortex, the outer extremity of which is somewhat beyond the moon. The vortex is globular, corresponding to the form of the Earth, with slight differences, which will be pointed out later. Vortices are not all closed at the ends. Some are open at both ends. The vortex turns the Earth on its axis with its own actual motion. Consequently, the outer part of the vortex has a greater velocity than near the Earth's surface, which has an actual motion of 1,000 miles an hour. The moon has a vortex surrounding it also, which has a rotation actually once a month, but being an open vortex does not turn the moon. A vortex might not lie in contact with the planet, in which case it is called a dead planet. The semi-diameter of the moon's vortex is 10 times the moon's diameter, and the semi-diameter of the Earth's vortex is 30 times the Earth's diameter, with variations, which will be explained later. The outer rim, 42,000 miles abroad, of the moon's vortex has a revolution actually with the Earth once a month. The swiftest part of the Earth's vortex is therefore about 15,000 miles this side of the orbit of the moon. From the swiftest part of the Earth's vortex, its force is towards the Earth center. And if there were no Earth here at present, the vortex will make one here presently. Things do not fall to the Earth because of attraction, except, as later mentioned, they are driven towards the center of the vortex by the power of the vortex. The greater diameter of the vortex is east and west, the lesser diameter north and south, with an inclination and oscillation relatively like the Earth. The name of the force is called vortexia. That is positive force because it is arbitrarily and exerts east and west, as in the case of a wheel turning on its axis. Its force will be at right angles with its axis, the extreme center of which will be no force. For which reasons the north and south line of Earth vortex is called M vortexia, minor vortexia, or negative force because it is the subject of the other. As a whirlwind gathers up straws and dust, which travel towards the center of the whirlwind, and then to the poles, so does matter incline to approach the poles of the Earth's vortex, which may be proved by posing a magnetic needle. The early times the Earth was longer north and south than east and west, but the M vortexia being less than the vortexia, the Earth assumed a globular form, which was afterward attenuated east and west. Then it again turned to adapt itself to the polarity north and south. In the various turning of the Earth, the same force of the vortex exerted to the east and west, by which behavior every portion of the Earth has been to the east, west, north, and south, which is proven in rocks, boulders, and mountains of the Earth. Therefore, it is shown that there is no north and south polar power in the Earth as such. Furthermore, the Iron Mountains show they attract east, west, north, and south without any regard to central polar force in the Earth.
Excuse me.
This assertion explains why magnetic north does not align with the axis of the Earth at this time.
Okay, excuse me. I'm sorry. I appreciate this, but I thought this had to do with the what we were just talking about with the light from, the two different light sources. How are you tying this in, just so I follow?
Because every light is a torus.
I got you. Okay.
And it's just part of the vortex.
Okay.
This is just explaining the mechanism of how the vortex interact with each other, how the fields of the stars and all these other things form what we observe.
All right, but how does that have to do with the solar panels and the different spectrum of the light? So you're talking about direction, I get that, but how are you tying it to the solar panels, which is what we were talking about?
The sun is just another vortex also. The only reason, for example, is the same way you see plants make food. You see, you cannot light a light from a candle and expect a plant to grow. It still has to use the sun's light because of the vortex of the sun energy.
Okay, so you're saying, all right, I see what you're saying. So you're saying it's because of the vortex that the solar panels are charging. I get you. I got you. I don't know, man. See, here's the thing. Who was talking about? Dave, with the fire, right? It has visible light too, but it doesn't work because it's not intense enough, right?
I don't. Is that the right word, or is it just? It's not everything that causes light is the same thing. Things glow.
Yeah.
Things reflect light. Like I'm looking at a tree outside. The light that's coming off that tree isn't going to light up the panel, but if I point the light toward the panel towards the sun, it will. So the sun electricity is creating that light. So it's not the light that's making the panel
Right. How do you feel about this book? Because the first thing that struck me was it was like the vortex is causing the Earth to spin, and it's globular. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
By the way, you need to understand this was written in the 1800s, and it is by someone who's just trying to explain what he has understood based on what is known at that time. I think the globe thing was a thing at that time also. So he's putting it in those terms, but if you look at the physics of it, it explains what many flat earthers are looking for.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Because actually we consider the whole sky above us moving in a vortexual motion. So I'm with you on that. You know, I think an interesting thing about the spin is when we are looking down at Earth. If you guys ever noticed, or everybody listen, if you ever noticed, we never see the Earth rotating, clockwise or counterclockwise. We always see it just going east to west or west, however the satellite or ship or whatever is flying over it. We never see it actually turning like a clock. You guys ever notice that?
Say that rotation one more time, D3.
Have you ever seen? Let me ask you guys, because I've never seen it. So I shouldn't say we've never seen it. I've never seen any videos of the Earth rotating in a spinning manner from any of the videos I've seen by all the space agencies. I always see the Earth moving from one, like when you look at the continents, I always see them coming from one area going straight across to the other area. I never see them spinning around in a circle, which is what you would expect to see, I guess, right, from a flat Earth, if it was spinning.
Well, I was watching a couple of Wissis streams, and he was showing the motions at different velocities, like different rates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how the hell does that happen? If it's at the same height?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I really do think they're right about the vortex thing and the ether spinning at the plane's surface and above, right? Or maybe even through the whole thing, but definitely at the surface and above where we can measure it. Or we can measure the light change, I should say.
Basically, from what I understand, everything is a vortex in its own way. And you find like there are vortex within vortices. For example, what we can call a star system, galaxies. You find a galaxy is just a big vortex that's it's a big vortex that anything under it goes through the same physics in a way. So you find the laws of that galaxy will work the same way, their physics will work the same way, but that doesn't mean it applies to the other galaxy.
Right.
And you can
Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Don't forget the magnetic aspect of that vortex as well, right? Because they're not mutually exclusive. They're together. Where you have that vortex, you also have the magnetic effect as well around it. Did you want to continue? My bad. I just wanted to know where you were tying it in because I wasn't following like how you were tying it in. But you can continue if you want with the book.
It explained the ether. That's why I was reading these things. It explained from the point of the ether. Let me see where it reached. It has been taught erroneously in regard to two powers which do not exist as they have been taught. These are the attraction of gravitation in the earth and a north pole magnetism in the earth. The positive force of the vortex is therefore from the external towards the internal, and the negative force of the vortex is towards the poles, and in all the ascendant towards the poles external from the sun center. The positive force of the vortex is therefore from the external towards the internal, and the negative force of the vortex is towards the poles, and in the ascendant towards the pole external from the sun center. It may be said the force of the vortex is towards its own center, but turns at the center and escapes outward at the north pole. after which the same power applies and is all one power, although from convenience called positive and negative. Vortexia can be concentrated in iron and steel and in iron ore, in which condition they are called magnetic. And these substances, if poised as needles, will assume the lines of polarity of the vortex or its poles. As one may draw a line from the east to the center of the earth, then in a straight angle due north, which will be the current of the vortex until the center were filled with a corporeal body. The term material or matter is substituted in the place of copper. Vortexia in the atmosphere will combine oxygen and hydrogen, and an explosion ensues, which is called thunder. If a wire be raised up in the air, a lightning rod, it forms a negative center to which the vortexia flies, following it down into the earth, where it is dissolved. If a wire extends from city to city, and the vortexia is charged at one end, it will occur at the other pole, and at times even escape in a flame of fire, electric flash. In the same manner, the vortex of the earth constantly charges the earth with its vortexia in east and west, and it occurs in the northern and southern pole of the vortex in flames of fire, which are called borealis. It sometimes happens over high iron mountains that the light occurs in other direction. As Suis can see vortexia, as is proven by placing a horseshoe magnet before him in the dark, and he will describe the polar light escaping even though he has not previously been informed. Probably in this book they call someone with a spiritual side a Suis. Mm-mm. 21.
Hey, so CLW, do you
Yeah.
I can't remember. Are you a flatter or a glober?
I'm a flat earther.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say really flat earth, but you know what I mean.
Thanks for reading. That was interesting. I see what you mean now about how it's a vortex, because now, like, everything is essentially a vortex, right? From subatomic all the way up to galactic. Makes sense. In fact, that's what earlier. That's what Witz was talking about with the quantum foam, right? It's a bunch of little vortexes that are popping in and out and creating matter. You were saying Tesla said that way back in the 1800s. So that the person you just read from, who was the author?
I was just about to ask him that.
Just it's called JB Newberg, something like that. I can't remember clearly. This is just a piece I took that was interesting from part of the book. Actually, it's called OASPES. OAHSPES. It talks about many things, and it kind of tries of making people understand how spiritual is connected to the physical. I like it also because it bashes modern science in many things.
Yeah, it's funny because it sounds like before this whole Einstein era, there were a lot of scientists who had this vortexual kind of understanding of things with the fluid dynamics of everything.
Yeah, the universities put a chokehold on a lot of information out here.
Yeah, I agree. You know what's funny is like when you really think about the whole gravity description in general relativity with the bending and warping of space-time, it's similar in a way, kind of describing vortexes, but not really. Like I think it is. I think it's describing them from the opposite view. Like when they depict the bending of warping, they always use it like a sinkhole, right, around a sphere. But it wouldn't be a sinkhole. It would actually be, the shape would be flipped, right? It would be wider outside the the sphere at the top of the vortex and smaller coming into the sphere. Whereas it's reversed if you're picturing it like a bowling ball on a trampoline, right? In that scenario, the vortex would be going away from the sphere, not pulling to the sphere. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, the dancing of the ether.
I guess you say that.
All emissions is just the dancing of the ether, whether some gain the magnitude of being physical or remaining only in electromagnetic frequency. It's just the same principle throughout.
Dancing of the ether. Just tweet that out. I think
also many things that make it difficult people to understand most of this concept is how they took out the metaphysical knowledge, because when you start discussing about the ethers, it has to go metaphysical. It's not linear.
Big fact. Yeah, were you here for Franco's discussion earlier with Wits?
No, I just came in.
Okay, they were talking about measuring things and quantification of everything, and the physicist was essentially saying, like, yeah, if we can't quantify it, it's essentially not something they can believe in, right? They have to be able to quantify it so they can make predictions with it, so they can use it. But like you said, you really can't quantify the ether in that way, other than with theory. Like you can theorize it, but kind of goes metaphysical.
It's not theory. When someone is doing Reiki and healing people, is using the ether, and that's not theory. It's just that our science is is fixed in a box. We don't want to explore everything related.
Yeah, no, I mean physics needs a theory. That's what he was saying. Physics needs the math. But like you said, it's metaphysical. It's really not. You can't really do it with math.
Yeah.
Somebody else made a point too about the human body. I forgot who it was, but they were saying also things within like the human body you can't do it with math. Just it completely breaks even with like a quantum computer.
But math is people.
I can't hear nobody. Sound like he's about.
I thought that was just me. Can you hear me?
COW, good?
I can hear you, D3.
Okay. I think we lost him. That was cool though. What do you guys think about the vortexes that he was talking about there in that book?
Yeah, that's what they try to particleize, right? It's like how you said, when really it's most likely just like an event. I like how Whistle explains it like that. All these fields oscillating, and with I pointed this out earlier. It was interesting that the physicists had used the same words that Whistle used. Perturbation.
Oh yeah.
I was like, interesting.
And I remember asking him maybe a week or two ago about something similar where I was like, but I used a different word. I used exciting, right? Because I was like, how are you guys exciting an electron? And what I mean is, how are they causing it to perturbate, right? To increase or decrease intensity. I didn't really get a clear answer on that, but I assume it's magnetism somehow.
Yeah, the way that the ether is explained is like an absolute rest.
Exactly. So that's why I was asking him, like, okay, so if you're exciting an electron, how are you exciting it? Because if you're exciting something on a quantum scale and you can like control the intensity of it, what happens if you don't, there's really nothing there and you try exciting something, what happens, what are you using to do it? Cause and then I get lost when I'm trying to figure out what the hell a field is. I haven't really gotten a good description of a field either. The best thing I can get for the definition of a field is an intensity or a direction. But I'm like, an intensity or direction of what? Like what?
Yeah, that goes back to what Mr. Xavier was talking about. Like what is actually, waving? What is that field? It's a quantification, calculation, abstraction.
Yeah, and does something have to be there for us to actually cause a perturbation, or can we just cause a perturbation, like on a quantum scale? I mean, because that would, I guess that opens up interactions with whatever it is that's there. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching.
I'm gonna let Chris jump in here. My bad, guys. Go ahead, Chris. What's going on? Good to see you.
Good evening, guys. First of all, I want to congratulate you guys with your 100th episode of Flat Earth. I haven't been here from the first episode, but no idea what number, but you guys are the best. I always thought that Polaris was just one star, but I recently found out it is five stars, basically. It's one star in the front with two little stars around it and two bigger stars in the back. But if you look at our world, I think everybody's always asking, what is light? I think light is nothing more than the illumination of pressure, of friction, because when you rub your hands against each other, what creates that? That's heat. When you expand an elastic band close to your lip and you pull it out, you feel the heat coming off of it. And when it goes back to point of rest, everything in our world is magnetism, dielectrics. It's all pressure. It's friction. It's friction on that you apply on between particles, and basically. So when we look up at the sky, we think we see stars. But our atmosphere is basically one giant mirror. Because if you look at Polaris being 5 stars, basically, and you look at old world maps, they have 4 center lands within a mountain ring. And Shane posted a while ago a video of TikTok that showed 4 circles with a center circle in the middle of it. And just a few days ago, I just wrote something similar because I was looking for how does it work? Because we have the Southern Cross in the middle, and that's where all the stars come from. So the stars, they don't come from outside. They are basically just a reflection of the light within that mirror. So and light is basically friction, pressure on a medium in a contained, pressurized system. Nothing more. I think, by the way, that Mars NASA is showing us is the solids on the west, and that the moon NASA shows us is the solid on the east, because you can't have tide going from one side to the other side and back if there's nothing to bounce back off.
Nice.
It's an interesting take.
That's the same with the magnetic vortex in the sea. What creates a vortex? That's wind. What do we have in our world? Winds. One coming from the north, one coming from the south, and the ones from the west and the east. They go. Yeah. They don't have a direction. They go all the way.
How did this dude get a mic again? This is the bot.
Oh, it's a bot?
He was the dude who was here earlier, and then the other guy who claimed that he was inspired by Shane to come in after not having an account for years or whatever, came in and started defending what this guy was doing when he was cursing, and Matthew called him out for cursing in every sentence, and he wasn't saying anything, and he's not saying anything now. He just already interrupted Chris. He just got up here. Fresh new account. This dude is a troll.
That always happens when you're sharing truth. Remember that, guys.
D3 was scanning quick.
Yeah, because I know he came in with the same thing earlier. You got to change your profile pic and all that, Russell. You're a troll, man. Don't know how you in here.
Oh, what? What are you talking about? You talking to me?
You came off mic. I don't know if you realize.
No, I'm. Yeah, man. I believe in flat Earth. What? Bro, I'm talking about the fake sun that they're posting on the internet, bro.
Oh yeah, this guy's.
Yeah, when I talked to Rum Boston. No way. Ask Rum Boston about me, bro.
I think I do remember. Oh yeah, he's a Rum Boston guy.
Yeah.
Wow. How y'all doing, man?
Shout out Rum Boston, though. We good, man. But yeah, you just interrupted Chris when she was talking. So.
Oh, my bad. Let me go off mic then. Okay.
You good? You good?
Turn this mic.
Chris, did you want to finish?
That is the closest planet that they show us that is to us. And when you look at the sun and at the moon, sometimes you see a double picture. That's a smaller disk in front of a bigger disk. I'm telling you that Mercury is the thing that creates the friction between our worlds, that creates the light for everything. And the other 2 planets that are usually close to our Earth is Venus and Mars. And they all are outer lands. They are all lands beyond Antarctica, beyond the South and the North Pole, because we only live on a small part of the centerpiece. That's what I think.
Got a lot going on over there, Chris. Party? You're celebrating episode 100?
Hey, shout out. Appreciate that, Chris. I don't know who is next.
Nathaniel has his hand up.
What's up, Nathaniel? Oh, you got a PFP. Shout out to you.
I accept that. I think I got disconnected last time because I think I was there. I also congratulate you on 100 episodes. And so let's say if you have a weather balloon with a camera on it, and it's you have the cameras at it's probably like a roughly a zero pitch, so you see across the Earth. I mean, shouldn't it be like if with the globe model, shouldn't it be impossible to better see the Earth and the sun in the same shot? Because like if it was 93 million miles away, wouldn't it be like shouldn't you only better see the sunlight, but not the sun itself? Like during because when you see these like shots from the weather balloons up up really high. Well, it's like it's during the day because it's daylight. It doesn't look like it's sunset. So look at it's like in the middle of the day. Like, well, shouldn't you not be able to? Shouldn't that be mathematically impossible to be able to see the sun and the Earth in the same camera shot? So the fact that you can see the sun and the Earth in the same shot, is that another flat Earth proof? As well as we can't even see we can't see the curvature up there when you should be able to see it. Oh, that's another thing. So,
I don't know. I think we'd be able to see it. Why do you think we wouldn't be able to see it? Maybe I'm not understanding how you're framing the shot or something.
well, as in like you look there, well, the camera on the weather balloons like is like say it's looking directly across the Earth. Well, if the sun's like 93 million miles away, shouldn't you not be able to? I wouldn't think you'd better see the sun and the Earth across in the same shot, because it seems like the sun would be too. Just the scale of it. That's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, I see, like in my head when I'm thinking about it, going off of the videos and stuff I've seen, it seems perfectly fine. I mean, we see it from the plane, so seeing it above the plane I don't think it would be any different, other than lack of the thinning of the atmosphere. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing what you're seeing in your head. Anybody else?
Oh, yeah, awesome. I think if you're on Spotify, I created a playlist and it's called the Ultimate Flat Earth Mix. So if anyone wants to check out the playlist,
Nice.
I've tried to find all the flat Earth or some good flat Earth songs, and also, well, there's quite a few songs in there that aren't actually flat Earth songs, but I sort of thought, well, you could listen to the lyrics and sort of like interpret it as interpret a flat Earth reference even though the song isn't really actually about that at all. But yeah, so if anyone wants to check out the playlist or something, I also think because I've been trying to convince my dad that the Earth's flat, but I thought, I haven't had much luck at this stage. But the thing is, because I know that my dad's not going to get. Well, he's not going to cancel me or anything. So I thought, well, I could just keep keep sending him flat Earth stuff, whether he likes it or not. But then, because guess what? 'Cause me and my parents are Christians, and so I actually sort of trying to point out flat Earth verses in the Bible. Not, I guess they don't actually exactly say flat. Well, they sort of. Well, I think there's a lot of verses in the Bible that falsify the globe model. They like, well, the Bible and the globe Earth both can't be right, so they have to. And then my dad seemed to say, "Oh well," tries to make the excuse that that they didn't. Oh, that they didn't. That they were just ignorant. So I mean, I'd like to better. How would you better explain that? Well, they're not ignorant, and that will. Because I don't know. Because I want to try and explain why my dad's wrong, saying that they were ignorant, not that the.
You got to tell them to come here and talk to us.
Oh, yeah, I don't. No, I might be doing. I don't know if I'm going to get him to do it or not.
Bro, that's a nice name, bro. D369, bro. I love that name. That's fire.
Hey, yeah, thanks.
I like that, bro.
What's up, Eliana?
369, bro. Do you know why Tesla called it 369? Because
No,
at the
but
frequency
I do
of
know that you
the frequency of
right now, to be honest,
936.
Hold on.
936. That's the frequency of the body, bro.
You're right, bro. But hold on.
Anyway.
It's literally like, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I really enjoyed the international flavor of your space here. I love that there's people from everywhere, and that includes you, Franco. Even though you've been a little bit mean to me here and there, but I still really appreciate that you're here, and I value your presence over here. I think you make our space, you enrich our space in a unique way. So I really appreciate that. But it's too bad Woodsit's not here, because I wanted to give him a little bit of positive feedback. And I have to go to the farmer's market, because that's where I go and get all my produce once a week. So I have to leave soon for the farmer's market. But I just wanted to say that I know a lot of people were like demanding blood and wanted Witsit to just cut up the pastor and fry him up in hot oil and all that. But you know, I think that Witsit being kind of subdued was a really good thing, because I think that, you know, if you guys noticed, a lot of times Benjamin didn't allow Benjamin Owen, it was Owen Benjamin, whatever. Owen didn't allow Witsit to have a fair rebuttal, and several times. I noticed that several times. And then also the pastor like kept cutting Witsit off or repeating things after Witsit had completely unraveled what he had said, and he just kept repeating stuff and whatnot. I think that, you know, the whole Sun Tzu thing of appear weak when you're strong, I think that's a good a tactic. And I think that, you know, I think if Witsit just is kind of more subdued for now and only save his flashiness for like really good accounts, like really big accounts, or someone worthy as a worthy opponent, you know, because I honestly don't think this pastor was a worthy opponent at all. I think that works in Witsit's favor, because I think that he might lull people into like this false sense of security where, you know, they feel like, oh, you know, let's have Witsit on, I can defeat him. He's not that big of a threat. And so I think it's good that I also really appreciated that Witsit he didn't protest, or he didn't like fight for his time, or like he didn't seem desperate or any of that. You know, he just was calm, and he just allowed them to kind of trample over him. All that to me is like, it's all building up for something better later, something bigger and better later. So Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy every debate that Witzer does because somehow he seems to have a really good balance of how to, you know, just keep going forward because it's a long journey. This is one debate isn't going to settle anything. You know, it's a journey. So, anyways, that's what I wanted to say.
Man, Liliana, you about to turn me up, man. I don't want to say too much because it's been a long Flat Earth Fridays, but can we be for real, man? Somebody tell me, did Witcher get more of a chance to speak on Harrison or more chance to speak on measurement? Y'all tell me.
I didn't watch the full Benjamin. Anyone else?
Be for real. Did Witcher get more of a chance to speak on Harrison or Owens? Be for real.
I think he did speak more on Harrison, but I wasn't really calculating. It seemed I think I have that kind of impression.
I do feel like the Harrison one, being that it was just between the both of them without a mediator, yeah, maybe they both got to speak a little bit more.
Bro, I'm telling you, Lillian, I'm about to turn me up, man.
Wait, what does that mean? Sorry, I don't know you youngsters lingo.
I'm so sorry, Lillian. It's when you say something that's a bit triggering, right? I appreciate the platform, but I would have liked to hear more of the arguments from Wizard. That's all. I'm gonna leave it there.
No, yeah, I totally agree. But he didn't fight for it, and that's what I appreciate. He just sort of went with the flow, which I think was a good thing.
Well, at least one of y'all answered. What's up, Franco?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I just sorry if can I say something? I just wanted to just make a clarification for what Seika said about what I said earlier. Namely, when I talked about when I used the word perturbation, it's not in the way you think. It's not the same thing as saying that a particle is a perturbation of a field. It's in the sense of perturbation theory, which is or perturbation techniques in making calculations or solving equations, which is something that is also done in classical physics, for instance, for three-body problems that you can't solve analytically, and it's something that was introduced in quantum mechanics for calculating transition amplitudes, and it's called perturbation theory, and it just means that you're calculating some effect which is small with respect to the say normal situation, the situation that you're in, and you calculate something, the effect of something that is small, and that is what is called a perturbation. And in perturbation theory, when it's used in quantum field theory, it means that the calculation of the amplitude, meaning something that is used to calculate the probability of some process, is computed as a power expansion, as a series expansion, like a Taylor expansion.
What do you mean by power expansion? You mean just in the math, or you mean in physicality, like the what you're observing?
In the math.
Okay.
You don't know how to express this in theory. You don't know how to calculate this, and then you expand it. As same as you do a Taylor expansion of a function around a point, and it's usually in a power of it's a power expansion in powers of some small parameters such as a coupling constant, and the smaller terms, the very fact that you can do this, and the terms of the subsequent terms, the higher power terms are smaller and smaller, is what allows you to make this kind of perturbative expansion. And one of the problems of quantum field theory was that, for instance, in QED, this was not, at first, it was not possible. This is the famous thing that Whitsitt says the math was not working, because when one computed the higher power terms are supposed to be smaller and smaller as you go high in power, because this otherwise it would not. It's not a series that would converge mathematically. It would not converge to a number. Then they found that the following the higher power terms were actually diverging. They were going to infinity. They were giving infinity when computing them mathematically. So they had to solve that. And that's the so-called renormalization problem. It was solved. There are renormalization techniques which are used by in quantum field theory. This is one of the things that Feynman contributed to, not the invention of the virtual photon. And I think that the sentence by the statement by Feynman that Whitsitt refers to is that refers to that. I have to check, because I only heard that. I never read. I don't know where it comes from, but I think it refers to that. So it's not the same thing. When I'm talking about perturbation, I mean this kind of expansion. Second thing, I wanted to answer the question that was addressed to me last time and was brought up again about the excitation of electrons. Yes, I still don't understand what I don't know if it was you speaking now asking the question, but I don't know what excitation of an electron means, because you can excite. You talk about excitation. I tried to answer this last time. But you talk about excitation, for instance, for atoms or for composite or particles such as I don't know, protons or other bound systems, but not for elementary particles such as electrons. They cannot be excited. What is done? Maybe what you're referring to is acceleration of particles such as electrons. They can be accelerated. They have been accelerated for over a century now, and yes, this is done with electromagnetic fields, of course. It's for instance in the LEP accelerator, which was which had accelerated electrons and anti-electrons and collided them for about 10 years, from 1899 to 2000. The electrons were accelerated by radio frequencies, meaning very rapidly oscillating electromagnetic fields. Especially the electric field is what accelerates electrons, and they're bent around a circular accelerator by magnetic fields. So yes, it is magnetic fields which are accelerating electrons and all charged particles. Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. I think for what I'm talking about, it's like it was something I was reading, like photo excitation when dealing with an electron and they're colliding, and like the electron will gain the energy of a photon, so it increases the I guess you would say intensity. That's how I interpreted it. That's the word that I chose, but that wasn't directly from the book. But if it's gaining energy, like
sorry, maybe you're referring to the electron inside an atom. Maybe the electron, if I understand correctly, maybe it's when an atom absorbs a photon, then it excites the electron inside the atom, meaning that the energy level inside the atom increases. It jumps to a higher level. And then, for instance, when it drops down to the